At the center of the raging fire were two girls. One of them believes that help is sure to come to them. This girl's name is Saint Cordelia. The other girl, who looked exactly the same, wasn't so optimistic. This girl even has the same name as the saint, but most call her Fake Cordelia. She knew no one could save them from the fiery trap. But someone did come to them. The saint says they came to save them. But it turned out to be a lie. They were here to save only the saint. No one came to save the second girl. Saint Cordelia was loved by everyone, but the tragic story of the girl, who looked like the saint, didn't end in that fire. One man asks if this girl is Cordelia. Another says, he definitely heard her name was Cordelia. But in spite of their similarities, she's not the one they want. On that day, the Saint Cordelia performed a sacred ceremony to stop the destruction of the world. Duke Alexandro von Valencia planned to kidnap her, to gain even more power. The Duke doesn't understand why there were two saints at the sacred ceremony. Someone must have tricked them. Another man asks what they should do with this kid. Duke Valencia orders to kill her. Cordelia has been compared to a saint all her life. In the end, she died because she looked like her. Afterwards, everyone said her death was not in vain. If the Duke of Valencia had gotten the real saint, he would have used her power for atrocities. The story, in which Cordelia dies instead of a saint, is written in the magic book of the future. A child who read this book was little Cordelia. What awful future awaits her? Cordelia thinks that if she has a bag under her coat, no one will notice it. Her bag contains things she found at the landfill, old clothes, and a piece of bread. According to the book, Cordelia's problems begin when she meets the saint who is volunteering. The girl is determined to avoid the horrible future written in this book. If she doesn't meet the saint and the Duke, the future must change. Woman screams at Cordelia why she is so slow. The woman says Cordelia's fever has gone down, so there is no need to pretend to be sick. Cordelia has already succeeded in escaping from the orphanage last year. So she plans to escape from this place as well. Cordelia says she can't see anything because of the thick lump of fat in front of her. She asks why Madame looks at her that way. Maybe her mouth is full of fat too. The woman says that if Cordelia doesn't sell all those flowers, she won't get any food today. The girl can't remember ever doing her job badly. Madame snidely remarks that Cordelia goes hungry quite often. Cordelia kicks the angry woman in the butt and runs away. The girl doesn't understand how she can sell flowers that were quickly picked in the park. But now it doesn't matter. Cordelia escapes from the orphanage, escapes from the saint, the Duke's family, and this evil madam. She doesn't want to suffer alone in a fire, and die for others. People say her face is so scary, that she is quite like a monster. But in spite of that, she still looks like the saint. She even has the same name as the saint. Cordelia hates her name. She thinks, those three young masters also hated her. They saved beloved saint, but left her in the fire. The child wants to avoid such a horrible future. But something is wrong. Cordelia smells blood. Cordelia thinks that perhaps this man is already dead. Despite the blood, he looks very rich. The child is sure the man is rich, and she needs the money. So she decides to search the corpse. But the corpse turned out to be alive. Cordelia examines him. The man has silver hair and red eyes. It can't be. But it's the man who will cause her to die in the future. This man is Duke of Valencia. Cordelia doesn't understand how the Duke of Valencia ended up in this alley. Duke calls the girl, Rosalind. Cordelia says that he has clearly mistaken the person. Of course, in that book said that the Duke would be attacked in the alley, but why did it happen today? Cordelia wonders, why even though he is nearly dead, he holds her hand so tightly. The Duke of Valencia captures Cordelia in a tight embrace. He asks her, what he should do now, why she didn't choose him. He is ready to get down on his knees and beg her like her dog, if she says she loves him, and not that guy. Cordelia thinks he has fainted. So she removes his hand and takes his purse. She is sure there is a lot of money in this pouch. But still, perhaps if she helps him, he will return the favor in the future. Cordelia thinks the Duke of Valencia is evil, but still he must know what gratitude is. If he is destined to kill her in the future, why not help him now to change things? Cordelia decides to drag the Count to a safer place. Cordelia was very tired, as she dragged him to this abandoned house. It was good that no one saw them, but how could she help him now? Cordelia had been stabbed with needles before, but it wasn't the same as a knife wound. So how can she heal his wound? The child is sure that something will be found in her bag. An old rag is just what she needs. Cordelia bandages the Duke's wound. Of course she hopes to receive a fee for his treatment. But also she really wants is one thing from him. Compassion for her, in the distant future, just to save her life. And this pouch will save her life now. Cordelia notices something else of value. Maybe she can trade it for money. But the girl breaks the thing. Inside the thing, is someone's hair. Cordelia decides to give it to him, because if it's missing he will surely notice it. It has not been an easy day for her, and she still feels weak, after her illness. So Cordelia fell asleep, right on the floor of the abandoned house. Evening Cordelia was able to wake up. The man asks who she is. The child says she is his savior. But more importantly, he doesn't notice that his money is missing. The Count asks if she is Rosalind's daughter. The girl answers she doesn't know who Rosalind is. Duke wants to change his question, her name is Cordelia. The girl says she doesn't know that name. Then the Duke asks what her name is. Girl says she has no name, and asks him to remember her face. To remember, that this child saved him back then. The Duke says her eyes are the same as Rosie's. Cordelia thinks she knows this name from the book. She is the saint's mother, and Duke Valencia's first love. Rosalind was a fallen noblewoman, but soon gained divine power. Afterwards, she married second son Orisha, but when her child was 3 years old, Rosalind was attacked and killed, and her child disappeared. After a while this child finds Duke Valencia in an alley, and heals him with divine power. Alexandra sees the saint, and recognizes her as Rosalind's daughter. Cordelia is sure she is not the one the Duke is looking for. But Duke says, she is the one he is looking for. The child screams, she is not who he thinks she is. Now Alexandra is sure, that she is hiding something from him. Someone enters the house. Cordelia quickly hides the Duke. He doesn't understand what's going on. The child asks him to be quiet for a while. She must not be caught here. One of the entrants is sure, he heard someone in here. The other thinks he was just imagining it. Cordelia recognizes Humphrey's voice. Because Madame hates cigarettes, her workers go to this abandoned house to smoke. She thought that because of Madame's bad mood, they wouldn't come here. Cordelia asks the Count not to move or it will be very bad. The Duke can't breathe. A little more and she would be his enemy instead of his savior. Alexandra notices something on her arm. They are needle marks. The men find something on the floor. It's a doll. One of them thinks the doll belongs to Cordelia. But why is it here? Perhaps this kid decided to run away. The other says she won't make it, she will be caught and beaten to death. The girl is afraid, if she is found here without the flowers sold, then the Duke asks her not to look. She had better cover her eyes and ears. Alexandro asks if he got that child's name Cordelia, right. Humphrey shrieks who he is anyway. However, he notices that the man is bleeding. Humphrey asks what he cares about this girl. The Duke says he cares, because he has been looking for this girl for 5 years. These screams and the smell of blood frighten Cordelia. But she hopes everything will be fine. Someone came up to her. It's the Duke Valencia. He asks why she is not in an orphanage. Cordelia pretends not to know what he is talking about. But Duke says he knows that she ran away from the orphanage. Cordelia's first memories are of the orphanage. People from that place used to take her blood all the time. So the first chance she got, she ran away from them. But if she tells the Duke about this, he will mistake her for the saint. Alexandro has already decided everything for her. She is Rosalind's daughter, and will soon become a saint. Cordelia doesn't understand why he is so stubborn. Still, the Duke thinks she is too smart for a 6-year-old child. The girl is angry because she is 8 years old. Alexandro asks how she knows this. She replies that she was told this at the orphanage. Cordelia thinks she is an idiot. The Duke suggests that she go with him. He will make her his adopted daughter, and protect her. The child asks, when the real saint shows up, he will abandon her. Alexandro says that will not happen. He is actually looking for Rosalind's daughter, not a saint. Cordelia thinks this is a lie. He needs a saint to gain power. That's what the Book of the Future says. The child asks him to admit, he is looking for a girl who can pretend to be the saint. The Duke says she is right. He needs a child who will play the role of a saint in front of others. If that's what she wants to hear, the Duke will say it, if she agrees to be his daughter. Cordelia doesn't like it. She hates needles, hates being hungry or beaten, but most of all, she hates being compared to someone else. Alexandro gives the child her doll. He says that if she goes with him, she will get a better doll than this one. She will get a new dress, and no one will compare her to anyone else. Cordelia doesn't believe him. He mistakes her for the saint, so he says such sweet words, but maybe she should rely on him for a while. The girl asks for a place in the stable with lots of hay. Alexandro will give her a huge room with a big bed. So if she needs anything she can ask. The girl wants to eat warm food, not scraps from the table. Alexandro promises to give her any food she wants. And most importantly, the child asks, what if she is not Rosalind's daughter? What will happen to her then? Cordelia knows that the real saint is much prettier than she is. She is gentle like an angel, and everyone loves her. So the child insists, Rosalind's real daughter is much more beautiful and obedient than she is. Alexandro asks her not to talk nonsense. He is sure that she is Rosalind's real daughter. Even if the impossible happens, and she is not Rosalind's daughter, he will take responsibility, for he is the one who made a mistake. The Duke asks what she is doing. She says she must think it over with a clear head. Cordelia asks if he is her biological father. The Duke says her real father is missing. Alexandro wants to do what Rosalind asked him to do. The girl asks what the relationship is between him and her mother. They are nothing more than best friends. Cordelia thinks he still loves that woman. She asks the Duke to promise her just one thing. If it turns out that she is not a saint or Rosalind's daughter, he will not kill her. Alexandro is surprised by her request. Despite her calmness, she is clearly afraid that he will kill her right now. The Duke says his name is Alexandro von Valencia. And he swears in the name of Valencia, that he won't kill her. The girl says she is pleased to meet him, but she has no name. Alexandro thinks this is a problem. In order to adopt her, she must have a name. The girl doesn't like the name Cordelia. Alexandra suggests that they come up with another name for her. The girl notices that the Duke's hand is bleeding. She wants to find something to bandage the wound, but she has no more rags. The Duke says he is alright, and takes the girl in his arms. Alexandra says he smells a rose. The girl doesn't know what he is talking about, it smells only of blood. Rosaria. He's sure that's the right name for her. The girl likes the name Rosaria. Cordelia thinks it may not be too late to run. If she hits the Duke in the wound, he can't catch up with her. The Duke's head is bleeding. Alexandro is surprised, he doesn't remember being hit in the head. In fact, it's because of her. She must have hurt him, while dragging him into the house. The child tries to justify himself, but the Duke thanks her. After all, she wanted to help him. But Cordelia is still afraid, if he notices anything else he will kill her. The girl says that if he doesn't pick up the fallen gold, she will take it. Alexandro explains that Valencia doesn't kneel so easily. She is now Rosaria and is part of the Valencia family. Rosaria thinks her new father is a liar. Rosaria asks him to put her down. 8-year-old kid can walk on their own. But Alexandro says he will put her down when they come inside. The Duke's estate turns out to be very large. Someone asks the Duke where he has been. The Duke replies that he had something to find. A young man wonders if the Duke was looking for what he is holding in his hands. He asks the Duke to let the servants do such things. Alexandro asks him not to nag, but to bathe and feed this child. The young man is confused. He asks what this is. The Duke asks not to point to his daughter. The young man is shocked. The Duke had a daughter, then who is her mother? Now he understands why the Duke refused all marriage proposals. But he thinks this child looks like the dead second son of the Orisha clan. The Duke asks for silence. But the young man can't understand why the Duke kidnapped the relative of Orisha. Alexandro explains, she is just an abandoned child. The young man is outraged that the Duke admits to kidnapping someone other's child. Alexandro says her name is Rose. She is Rosaria von Valencia. The Duke is going to put it in his family tree. Perhaps the Duke has lost his mind. The young man thinks this is nonsense. How can he add an ordinary child to his family tree? On top of that, she has Orisha blood. The feud between Orisha and Valencia goes back many hundreds of years. Alexandro asks Simon not to speak so fiercely in front of the child. Simon feels that the Duke has become a completely different person. A woman asks what is going on. She came because she heard a lot of noise. The Duke says that Emma came in time. He has to go, so that child is counting on her. Emma greets a lovely lady. Rose thinks the woman is lying, her compliment sounded awkward. Emma asks the Duke to heal his wounds before he leaves. Alexander says he has already received first aid, but he could use a change of clothes. The Duke asks Emma to feed the child whatever she wants, and to put her in the biggest room. Emma says that the biggest room is the Duke's room. Alexandro asks to move the child into his room. Everyone is shocked. Simon asks if he is joking. The Duke suggests changing the furniture. Let the girl choose what she likes. Rose asks where he is going. He will leave her alone again. Alexander says he has an urgent matter. He comes to see her tomorrow. The Duke asks her not to mess anything and to stay at home. Rose says she will not give him any trouble. But still, the girl believes she is not the one he is looking for. Emma asks what the young lady's name is. The girl's name is Rosaria. Emma says her name is as pretty as her face. Rose thinks her face is not pretty. Does this mean that the woman thinks her name is bad? Simon says that there are no children of 6 years old in Orisha's family. Rose screams that she is 8. Simon thinks, since she is 8 years old, it is possible that Simon thinks this is crazy. Her name is Rosaria, and her nickname is Rose. Simon keeps repeating that this is crazy. Rose asks Emma, what is wrong with this guy? Emma says everything is fine, she has nothing to worry about. But Rose realizes something. It seems that Simon hates her. Emma hears, Rose has been starving for a week. So she brought her some easily digestible food. Rose asks if she can eat it. Emma says of course she can. But Rose says she won't eat it. The girl says that Madam told her, that children like her have to be pitiful, to earn money and get food from others. So if she eats something so delicious, she will never be pitied again. If she is not pitied, she will have nothing to eat. Emma promises to feed her well today and tomorrow. She says that Rose is human too, and she must eat human food. The work of adults can't be done by children. From now, Rosaria no longer has to worry about survival. Emma says that Rose must eat good food, sleep well, and grow up. Rose thinks this old woman is strange. Emma says that these things belonged to Miss Ingrid, when she was young. They are a little big for Rose. Emma says, Mr. Yulan loves these things, because they remind him of his mother. Rose recalls that the Duke's sister's name was Ingrid. But who is Yulan? Emma explains that Ma'am Ingrid's son is here. And asks Rose not to be surprised when she sees him. Because Mr. Yulan is under a dreadful curse. So Emma asks Rose not to be surprised if they run into each other. It turns out, that the Duke's sister is the mother of the second prince. From the book, Rose learns that the emperor had an illegitimate son by the woman he loved. After Ingrid passed away, the emperor gave the title of empress to that woman. Her son became a prince and the rightful heir. As far as Rosaria knows, the first prince loved the saint. But Yulan remained indifferent to her, even after she delivered him from the curse. Anyway, Rose doubts that they will meet. Rosaria can't believe that this is her room. Emma thinks the room is not ideal for the lady. Rose can't find a single flaw. Emma thinks the girl is very tired. So she needs to go to sleep soon. Emma wishes Rose sweet dreams. Rose asks what that is. Emma answers, it's a spell that brings sweet dreams. If that is so. Rose also wishes Emma sweet dreams. Emma thanks Rose, now she will definitely have a good night. Cordelia doesn't know if she has the right to stay here. The next day, many bodies are found in a back alley. They turned out to be people from Madame Pamela's group, who were using the orphans to make money. But only the bodies of adults were found. The children were never found, as if they had disappeared. Rose really likes her new soft bed. She notices something very, very scary. The Duke asks what happened to her. Rose says there is a head in her room. The head was staring at her. Emma says she didn't have time to ask the lady what she was so scared of. Rose has already ran away to the Duke. Simon thinks that the head the lady is talking about is a stuffed toy in the Duke's room. Alexandra reminds Simon it's no longer his room. Simon forgets about it. Rose asks what a stuffed toy is. She is told that dead animals are stuffed with cotton and they become lifelike. Rose doesn't understand why they keep it in the bedroom. The Duke says it's a promise. The white horse represents the departed head of the family. Emma doubts that the girl needs to know this. But Alexandro thinks that since she asked, they should answer. Orisha is a righteous family, whose symbol is a white horse working under the sun. In contrast, Valencia is associated with something dark and illegal. That is why these families can't reach a truce. Rosaria now understands why Simon hates her so much. Her silver hair symbolizes the Orisha family. But she doesn't know who her parents are. She believes she was born in an orphanage just like Saint Cordelia. All of her life story was written in the book. Her silver hair is not because of Orisha's blood. It's because she was supposed to be kidnapped instead of the real saint. Rose thinks this bread is so yummy. She says it's real bread, and all she has eaten before was just bread. The servants don't understand what is going. Why is the child sitting on Duke's ruts? The Duke asks if she likes it. Rose finds this bread delicious. Alexandro thinks she has managed to learn a lot of bad stuff in that alley. I think there was some interesting wordplay in the original. In any case, Duke thinks she needs to find a teacher. Rose asks who the teacher is. Alexandro explains that it's someone who will teach her what she doesn't know and wants to know. The child says she has no money. The Duke doesn't consider himself so poor as to take money from children. Right now she doesn't need to know how to make money. Rose has to learn how to use the fork properly, so she can eat as much meat as she wants. Alexandro recalls Emma's words. The lady tells her that she has been starving for a week, because those people couldn't feed her for lack of money. Alexandro asks Simon to destroy all the bugs they caught yesterday. Rose asks what bugs they are talking about. Emma asks what kind of room the lady wants. Rose likes gold, because she can steal it. Of course the second part she decides not to say out loud. So very soon the overhaul began. Rose really likes her new gold room. Rosaria thinks it lucky that Saint Cordelia has not yet appeared. According to that book, it was the saint who was to meet the Duke of Valencia, not her. Rose would like to know when the saint will appear. But in any case, she needs money. Rosaria recalls the Duke's words, some things should not be done. But Rose thinks it's necessary, or she won't survive. The Duke, who has never needed anything, can't understand that. The gold in the bedroom she collected. Now Rose sets out to explore the castle. It's too dark in here. But if she lights a candle, she'll attract unwanted attention. Rose smells blood. Someone is coming towards her. Rose needs to run now. But she's too scared. boy wants to know how she will scream when he chops her into two pieces. Rose thinks this kid is absolutely crazy. She notices the snake tattoo on his neck. The tattoo is moving. Rose realizes who this person is. They look at each other for more than a minute. Rose is embarrassed. The boy must have gotten bad. So he falls to the floor. Rosaria thinks what she should do. Maybe she should call Emma. But someone calls for Rosaria. The Duke asks if she is hurt. The girl doesn't know, but it's a good thing her neck is still attached to her body. Alexander glad she's okay. He asks what Rose is doing here at this hour. Rose says she couldn't sleep and decided to go for a walk. But what is he doing here? Alexander says he didn't find her in the room, and went looking for her. He asks her not to disappear like that again. Rosaria is sure he is worried about her, because he thinks she is a saint. Anyway, Rose asks what they should do with this person. Rose eats cream puffs. It tastes so yummy, it's like she's eating clouds. The Duke recalls Rosie. She once said the same thing. So Alexander says that Rose is definitely her daughter. The girl knows she is not her mother. She asks if Yulan is okay. Duke says he is fine. More important, how he managed to get from his palace to the main estate. Rose asks if the Duke killed someone. Alexander says he hasn't killed anyone, except the animals on the ranch. The girl thinks he is lying to her again. The Duke wonders how she knows the kid's name. Rose is very clever. The tattoo serves as proof of his curse. When she saw the tattoo, she immediately knew that it was the second Prince Yulan, because it was written in the book. Rosaria suddenly asks when he will find her a teacher. The Duke says it takes a long time to find a good teacher. Rose asks what good means to him. It must be someone who is a valedictorian or salutatorian. This person must be able to play at least 3 musical instruments, and have an extensive knowledge of arts. Also, a good teacher must be fluent in at least 2 foreign languages. Rose doesn't believe such people exist. Alexander says that one of them is in front of her. Rose doesn't understand why someone like that would want to teach someone like her. Such a person would find a better job than teaching her. Rosaria only knows her uncle Emma and Simon in this city. She is curious to know who the teachers are. Rose asks the Duke to do something for her. He has to bow his head. This is a spell that brings nice dreams. Alexander asks who taught it to her. Rose says it was Emma. Dad exhales, it was only Emma. Alexander wishes his daughter a good night. The next day Yulan says he wants to apologize to Rosaria. He invited her to his palace. Yulan is sick, so Rose decides to come to him. Emma tells the young master that she came to see him with a lady. Once again, something unbelievable happened. Just as Cordelia met the Duke of Valencia, their fate was to meet each other. Rose says he looks like an angel. Rose can't believe it's the same crazy boy from yesterday. Yulan thanks her. He says no one has ever complimented him like this before, so he doesn't know how to react. Emma wants to help him up, but he says he doesn't need help. So Yulan asks if she is Rosaria. The girl says she is Rosaria. Yulan is pleased to meet her. His name is Yulan von Ortega. He asks her freely to call him Yulan. The girl is shocked. She doesn't know why he kissed her hand. And what's going on here? Emma says it's time for her to leave. If they need anything they can call her. Rose doesn't understand why Emma is leaving now. She asks. She just left her alone like that. Yulan says that Emma is very kind to him. He understands that after yesterday, Rosaria doesn't want to be alone with him. In addition, he has been told that his curse can pass on others if they are close. So he calls Emma back. Rose asks him to wait. What he said is not true. Yulan asks if she is okay. Rose asks who told him such nonsense. He didn't get the curse because of the cold. So the girl finds the person who told him that to be brainless. Yulan notices what he did to her yesterday. He asks Rose for forgiveness. He says that she is not officially adopted yet, but soon they will be cousins. So he promises to do everything he can, not to hurt her. Yulan doesn't want her to hate him. Rose says she's fine. And if he doesn't want to weaken, there is no reason to hold her. Rosaria asks that she hasn't been officially adopted yet. Yulan says that the royal family has refused the request. But he assures her that she has nothing to worry about, everything will work out. In fact, Rose thought it had already worked out, but it turns out she's still not Rosaria von Valencia. Yulan seems to be trying to change the topic. Rose shows him her hand. He held her hand, but she didn't catch the curse. So if someone tells him that his curse spreads, Rose asks that he cough in that person's face. Yulan promises it will be. He asks her to visit him more often. Rose says he won't promise that. If he wants to see her, he can come himself. So Rose says goodbye to him. She completely forgot to do something. Rose wishes Yulan a good night. The girl says that if he has good dreams, he will not get sick again. Although Rose is sure, the saint will soon appear and heal him. So she says goodbye to Yulan. One day the Duke adopts an orphan girl. In addition, she had the silver-colored hair that the Duke hated so much. Yulan is sure that the royal family and the congregation will go to all sorts of tricks. This all seems very strange to him. Alexandro asks Yulan to treat this girl well. All the servants in the palace are overreacting. Eventually they come to the conclusion that the girl is a witch who has fooled the Duke. Yulan wonders whether her wishes for good dreams can be considered a spell. In any case, he needs to take a closer look at her. Emma asks why Rosaria's face is so red. Perhaps something is wrong. Rose asks Emma to hurry up, she wants cream puffs. Maybe she will turn out to be a trickster, or an evil witch. But what if it's not like that, and she really is a child who knows nothing? As everyone knows, disaster always comes without warning. Rose asks Simon if they have guests. Her distress was clothed in white. Rosaria was told to meet the guests. One of them calls her Miss Cordelia. The girl says she is not Cordelia. The man says they are priests of the Akasha congregation. They have come to take Miss Cordelia where she belongs. Girl seeks support from Duke. But the Duke doesn't respond to her. So he takes her to the congregation. But why does the uncle do this? She must be useless to him. Cordelia says it's not right. Uncle promised he wouldn't do that to her. She says she knows how to wash clothes. She can do the cleaning, and she won't complain about the side dishes. Cordelia says she can make money if he wants. Child doesn't know what else to offer him. The book said that the reason for all her troubles is because of her mouth. Saint says that sooner or later, everyone will pay because of their mouth. The saint tells her some secret, and asks her to keep it a secret from everyone. The saint trusts her, because they are friends. Cordelia says that if he only asks, she will be quiet. She will live quietly like a dead mouse. So she begs the Duke not to leave her. The Duke asks Lady Valencia to remember her promise. Valencia will never fall to their knees. The Duke calls her Valencia. Rosaria says there are exceptions to that promise. Alexandro asks if those present have anything else to say. A few moments ago, the priest says that they have come to see Cordelia. The Duke says the girl's name is Rosaria. The priest says that this is an order from the high priest and the royal family. They must check if Cordelia is Rosalind's daughter. Alexandra repeats that her name is Rosaria. The priest knows that the Duke has been looking for Rosalind's daughter for a long time. And now he has adopted a girl who looks like her. The priest reminds the Duke. Saints' children at birth receive a special eye color and divine power. This power is very great, so until the child changes his eye color, he can't open his eyes. The priest says they are also looking for Cordelia. So they take her to the high priest to find out if she is a saint. The priest thinks it would also be in the Duke's interest. It will be painful if it turns out he adopted someone who isn't a real saint. Alexandro thinks this all is so ridiculous. Rosalind's daughter is Orisha's blood. If it turns out that the girl is a real saint, the congregation will take her. Even if she is not a saint, Orisha will take her, insisting on the right to blood. So Alexandro thinks they will bother him anyway. The Duke says he doesn't want to hear any more, they can leave. The priest suggests that the Duke is abusing the child. Perhaps he is afraid they will find out. The priest wants Cordelia to decide for herself what she wants. She is already 8 years old, so why is the Duke trying to hide it? Perhaps because of his abuse of her. The priest says that Cordelia's words don't change anything, maybe he threatened her into silence. Alexandra says they insulted him and his daughter, so they have to think about getting out of here alive. The Duke orders them to be thrown out. The priest says that his words are motivated by reasonable suspicion. And if he harms them, the high priest and the emperor will be angry. Yulan enters the room. He hears that they have the congregation as guests. Apparently he was a little late. The priest asks the second prince to listen to him. He says that the Duke disobeyed the order of the high priest and the emperor. In addition, he has threatened them by force. The priest asks the prince to decide who is wrong and who is right. Yulan says he is right. What the priest says is absolutely true. The priest believes that if this foolish prince is on their side, there is nothing the Duke of Valencia can do. Rose doesn't know what to say to Yulan. Perhaps this is her fate, to go to the congregation and meet the saint there. She must die instead of the saint. Rosaria doesn't want to go there. Yulan asks if the priest knows what family is. He says that the priest dared to break into their house, and make his sister cry. Perhaps the priest can tell him what an elder brother should do in this situation. The priest says that Lady Cordelia is not yet officially part of the family. Yulan points out that her name is Rosaria. He doesn't like that the priest is changing her name at will. The priest says that she is only an orphan. Yulan points out that she is not an orphan, but Lady Valencia. Yulan wants to ask him something. How a lowlife like him dares to behave so arbitrarily and impudently? The priest has fallen out of this life. After all, everyone thinks the second prince is a foolish and naive boy. Yulan asks Rosaria to pass judgment on this man. Alexandro asks Rose to say whatever she thinks. Well, since they are so insistent. Rose shouts that she will not go to the congregation, and she doesn't want to see them in the mansion anymore. Rose doesn't know what became of those priests when the knights dragged them out. But after they left, the castle was peaceful again. Rose doesn't like bell peppers. The Duke reminds her that she herself said she would not nag about the food. Alexander says he has found her a teacher. The same teacher who knows how to play 3 musical instruments, sings beautifully and paints great pictures. He is also able to speak 2 foreign languages fluently. Rose can't wait to meet him. The teacher asks why she looks at him that way. He has the feeling that the lady has met him before. Rose asks if Simon graduated valedictorian or runner-up at the academy, and all that long list of things that Simon should be able to do. Simon says that because of Mr. Lorenzo, he couldn't finish valedictorian but became a runner-up. Rose asks who this Lorenzo is. Lorenzo von Valencia is the brother of the Duke. Simon never saw him study, but he was always first. It's one of the 7 mysteries of the academy. Everything else she said, Simon knows how to do. Rose admires him. Simon says that before the lesson starts, he asks what Mr. Yulan is doing here. Yulan says he came to listen to Simon. Rose asks if he is sick, why he came. Yulan reminds her, she said he could come to her anytime. That's right, Rose asks Simon to start teaching them quickly. Simon thinks he should start with the origins of the Valencia family. Valencia is one of the 4 great families of the empire. According to the Book of the Apocalypse, when the time of the end of the world comes, 4 knights of the apocalypse will appear, representing the dark force. To protect the world from them, God sent the saints into the world. The saints found a person to help them. This person was the first emperor. The emperor gathered the 4 heroes, and together with the saints, the emperor defeated the 4 knights of the apocalypse. But because of the war, the once fertile lands were devastated. The first emperor and the heroes became victims of an irreversible curse. This curse was originally the power of a knight. But even the saints couldn't remove the curse from the 4 knights, so it was sealed in the bodies of the heroes. The first emperor built the empire at the grace of the congregation, and the 4 heroes were given the title of Duke. Orisha is the White Knight, ruler of the East. Petros is the Red Knight, ruler of the West. Lamp is Black Knight, ruler of the South. And Valencia is the Blue Knight, ruler of the North. Thanks to the help of the saints, the first emperor was able to live his life in peace. But the heirs of the 4 knights, and the emperor's heirs can also be cursed. Yulan says that his mother is Valencia, so there is nothing surprising about his curse. Simon says that because of divine power, Yulan can escape the curse. If Lady Rosaria turns out to be a saint holding the core key. Yulan reminds Simon that Rosaria is just part of the Valencia family, she is not a saint. Simon apologizes for his words. Rose says she doesn't care, but she wonders what key he's talking about. Simon says that according to the legend, when the destruction of the world begins, the saint with the key will appear. The past, present and future are linked to the key to the library of the gods. One beautiful day a guest came to visit Yulan. This guest ruined Yulan's beautiful day. He asks why Blake is here. Blake von Lampes is the heir to the house of the Duke of the Black Knight Romp. Yulan suspects that Blake has come to see if he is still alive. He reminds Blake, despite the curse, he is not going to die soon. Blake says he has come for no reason. He is annoyed that his father always sends him away. Yulan knows that because he doesn't protect the reputation of the Valencia family. Many people take him for a foolish and incompetent prince. Blake wonders, if the rumors are true. After that girl showed up at the Duke's mansion, it's forbidden to come and live here. Moreover, in order to adopt her, Duke even wrote a letter to the emperor. Blake asks if this child is really a saint. Yulan says she is part of their family. Blake is surprised that Yulan considers the stranger part of the family. Yulan thinks it would be safer for Rosaria to stay away from him. But if they take her away, he'll probably never see her again. Blake asks why Yulan looks so cheerful. Yulan believes that Blake should already be getting ready to go home, but Blake says he will probably stay here today. Their carriage has a broken wheel on the road. It will take at least one day to fix it. So Blake is going to go to the library and read in silence. Yulan doesn't like it all. Rosaria does her homework that Simon gave her. She's been studying all day, so her butt is sore. Rose thinks Simon is interesting in his lectures, but he gives her too much homework. She heard that Yulan had a friend over today. In fact, she didn't think Yulan had any friends. Rose tells Emma that she wants to take a little walk. Emma thinks it would be good for the lady to finish her homework first. Rose assures her that she will just get some air and come back. Emma worries the lady should not walk alone right now. Rose doesn't understand why. The Duke asks Emma to make sure that Rosaria and Blake don't meet each other. But nothing will happen if she lets Rosaria go out for a while. Emma lets the young lady go, but she must return soon. She also asks Rosaria to take it for a walk. Rose thinks Emma is a genius, because there is nothing better than walking and sipping cookies. Rose says she likes Emma more than anyone in the world. So Rosaria went for a walk in the company of cookies. All these sculptures seem very expensive to Rosaria. She loves anything that glitters and looks expensive. Rose doesn't understand why books fall from trees. What is this book? Rose asks who he is. And does he know that he is heavy? Something crunches under Rosaria's hand. It was her cookies. She hasn't even tasted a bite. The boy doesn't understand why she's so upset. It's just a little package of cookies. The girl yells, "It's not that little," and it was given to her by Emma. The boy apologizes. He will buy 100 of these cookies if she doesn't cry. Rose didn't actually cry. She asks if he is a friend who came to visit Yulan. He is, but Blake doubts that they can be called friends. Rose asks why he is here, not in Yulan's room. The boy answers that he read this here. Rosaria seems like he reads pretty boring stuff. She reads the title of the book, Research and Manufacture Hot Air Balloons. Blake is surprised that she can read it. He asks her to read this word, and this word, and this. Rose doesn't understand why such questions. Maybe he doesn't know how to read. Blake asks when she managed to learn the ancient language. Rose doesn't know herself. The girl says she has never studied it. She can read it naturally. Blake doesn't understand how this is possible. While others learn ancient languages on their own, some have learned it from birth. Emma is looking for Rosaria. Rose says she is leaving. She asks him to stop arguing with Yulan, and just play with him. After all, he is sick, sitting in his room and bored. For Yulan to be bored, Blake doubts that they are talking about the same person. The boy asks if her name is Rosaria. The girl answers that it is. She is Rosaria von Valencia. This is the child that Duke Valencia hides so carefully. Blake thinks she may well be the saint. Blake says he likes her very much. He hates stupid kids and crybabies. But she is not a cry, and she is not stupid at all. This was sudden for Rose. But the truth is, she doesn't like this boy. The girl asks him to stop talking nonsense and let go of her hand. The boy asks if she hates him. Rose says she doesn't need a reason to hate him. Emma still calls for Rosaria. Rose says it's time for her to leave. She asks what his name is. Rosaria is not sure she heard his name exactly. His name is Blake von Lampus. Rose has heard that name before. Lampus. One of those three was definitely Lampus. The boy asks if she knows him. Blake still thinks she knows him. He asks that their meeting today remain secret. Rose doesn't understand why she would keep it a secret. Blake hates annoying things. Emma is very close and Rosaria says she is here. Rose doesn't know what's going on, but if he doesn't let her go, she will bite his finger. Blake promises to give her his cookies. She can choose anything she wants. Rosaria says he has to give her cookies in any case. After all, he promised to buy her 100 cookies. Blake says she can ask him for whatever she wants, but she must pretend that they have never met. Rose thinks about what to ask him. Then, she wants to take one thing away from him. Rose says she is here. Emma asks where she has been all this time. Rose answers that she has been walking around. Emma asks if she has seen a boy her own age. No, Rose has not seen anyone. Maybe something has happened? Emma says that Prince Yulan's guest has disappeared. They are now looking for him. Emma asks the lady to hurry home, before Simon finds out she hasn't done her homework. Rose doesn't know why Emma is hurrying her home, but it doesn't matter. What's more important is what's in her pocket. So as not to attract people's attention, she didn't want to ask for something big. This brooch is the perfect solution. Besides, when she asked for it, the expression on Blake's face subtly changed. Rose is sure it's very expensive. She could trade it for a lot of money and then escape. The girl remembered the broken cookie. Perhaps Rose should tell her about it, but then Emma would be upset. Rosaria wants to tell Emma something. While she was walking in the garden, she fell and broke her cookies. Emma is worried about the lady. She asks if Rosaria is okay, if she is injured. The girl asks if she is mad at her. Emma doesn't understand why she should be mad at her. Because Emma baked the best cookies for her, and she broke it. Emma says she would never get mad at her lady, for something like this. Since Rosaria couldn't eat the cookies, Emma will bake more cookies for her. Rose is sure that Emma is the best. One day a servant brought word, that young Lampus sent a lot of cookies for Miss Rosaria. The Duke asks if the servant is sure that the younger Lampus sent it. Rose asks how much. Keeping secrets is clearly not her strong suit. Alexandro asks if she has met him before. Rose ineptly lies that she doesn't know who he is. In any case, Rose wants to eat the cookies he gave her. Her father says that of course she can, but he definitely understands that they have met each other. Rosaria wants to call Yulan to eat the cookies together. Alexandro says it's better to leave Yulan alone. The Duke explains that Yulan likes to be alone. And because of the curse, he is better not to meet people. Rosaria shouts that this is not true. How could he say such a thing? Rosaria reminds him, they are family. Alexandro admits he misspoke, he doesn't mean it. But still, he thinks it's better that they don't call Yulan. He asks Rosaria to stay away from him. Rose doesn't understand why. The Duke explains that Yulan lives alone in the mansion, so as not to harm anyone. Alexandro often sees him walking around the mansion at night. They can control his curse, but it is very unreliable. She is very lucky to be unharmed that night. But who knows what will happen next time. Alexandro believes that her and Yulan's safety is most important. Rosaria doesn't like this situation. She says she doesn't want any more cookies. Alexandro doesn't understand why she's acting like this. Emma wants to tell him something. She believes that Yulan is now her lady's best friend. Perhaps she needs friends her own age. But Alexandro thinks that not much time has passed since the congregation's visit. Perhaps it's too soon. Emma asks the Duke to remember, he can't hide his daughter for the rest of his life. 8-year-old kids need to see and feel as much as possible. This is the age to meet new people and gain experience. So Emma asks the Duke not to go overboard in trying to protect her. Emma asks what the lady is so happy about today. Rose says that today she will go to a place where she will make many friends her own age. Today is Rosaria's first day out. She is going to an exhibition organized by Count Fordner. Emma wishes her a good time. Rose tells Simon that she is not feeling well. On the way, Rose gets motion sickness, even though she took anti-sickness pills. Simon thinks it may be due to teleporting magic. Rose says she needs to be alone. She might vomit, so she wants no one to see it. Simon will be waiting for her inside the exhibition. Rosaria is feeling much better now. Some girl notices her. The girl has never seen her before. She wonders what kind of family she comes from. Girl in the pink dress calls Rosaria. She asks who her parents are. Rose says she has no parents. Then the girl asks who her relatives are. Rose doesn't understand how she can have relatives without parents. Rosaria finds this conversation useless, so she goes to find Simon. The girl is shocked. Many people have gathered to admire the pictures. Since it's the painting exhibition, Rosaria also decides to look at high art. She notices very strange painting. It seems to her that there is nothing special in this picture, just a few sloppy lines. So Rosaria says that anyone could paint like that. The boy angrily asks what she just said. Rose repeats that she could draw it, if she wanted to. The boy says it's an avant-garde work, worth 5,000 gold. So no one could replicate it, especially not her. The boy says that the artist who worked on this painting, died of starvation when he painted it. That's why the painting became famous, and only gets more expensive every year. Rosaria believes it's not right to sell it for so much money, when the artist died because he didn't have money for food. The boy says that his family sponsored the artist. Then, Rose doesn't understand why the artist died if he received their help. The boy explains, the artist's paintings did not sell well, so funding was reduced. But she has nothing to worry about. The boy assures her that despite his death, the artist is happy to have become famous. Rosaria says he can't know that. She finds his family irresponsible for letting the artist die. The boy becomes furious at her words. The girl in the pink dress says something to him. He asks how she got here. The boy pokes her in the forehead, and calls people like her coward. The boy says that despite her expensive outfit, she still won't become an aristocrat. From birth she was worse than them in every way. The boy says that if his parents were here, they wouldn't even let her in. While they're gone, he's keeping order. Rose doesn't like to be hurt. Everyone is shocked. The boy wants to say something, but the girls don't understand what's going on at all. She hits him with an expensive painting. The boy asks if she knows who he is. The girl asks who, maybe he's her daddy. She doesn't know who she is, so she doesn't care who he is. The boy is angry. He asks how dare she hit him. Or did she think she was the only one who knew how to punch? Someone asks the boy if he wants to be funny again. The red-haired boy asks him to stop, before he does something stupid again. Everyone looks at the upstart. The boy doesn't understand why this person is here. Rosaria doesn't know this guy. So she asks why he interfered. She asks him to stay out of the way. The stranger says this is all a lot of fun. The girl doesn't understand what exactly he finds fun here. The red-haired guy says it's all very interesting. His hobby is finding and appreciating artwork. The girl asks why she needs to know this at all. If he wants to bark here, he can go somewhere else. The stranger finds her very interesting. He asks if he got it right, that the guy's family starved the artist. Rose yells for him to give her weapon. The stranger thinks she's right. And this thing really did cost a life. The girl in the pink dress feels that they need to call the adults quickly. As the stranger has said before, he finds and appreciates the artwork. He asks if she knows how much these paintings are worth. He has red hair and fire magic. The red-haired boy says it's all terrifyingly beautiful. Those green eyes. Rosaria realized this person is definitely the Red Knight's heir, Edmund von Petros. The boy doesn't like that his family's paintings are burning. Edmund tells him not to worry, he will pay full price for them. The boy worries what his parents will say. So if Edmund stays here, he will have to pay more. Edmund says they can fully recover their capital. He still wants more? The boy doesn't know what to say. Edmund says that according to the girl, the artist died of starvation. So there is no reason to charge a lot of money for this painting. Besides, Edmund has heard that the artist became famous because of their family, and even after death people stay happy. So maybe this guy wants to confirm that once. Edmund asks him not to worry, he was just kidding. He notices that something is wrong with that girl. He asks how she is feeling. But Rosaria can no longer hear him. She looks only at the fire. Rose is afraid of fire. It's hot, hard to breathe and so painful. Cordelia wants someone to save her. The saint tells her not to worry, they will surely come to save them. Rosaria realizes this is a dream. Then why is she feeling so much hurt and hot? It seems that someone has found them. Her face hurts terribly. But it can't be, it's just a dream. It's just a story which she read in the book. Wait, what book did she even read? What was the title of that book? And after reading it, what kind of person she became? Rose doesn't know where she ended up. The whole place literally glows with white light. Rose sees another child in front of her. She wonders what this child is doing. It's weird, but this kid is her. The child says, "No one will save you." The Duke calls for Rosaria. He asks how she feels. The girl recognizes her uncle. She tells him she doesn't want to die. Alexandro remembers his promise. Even if she turns out not to be a saint, or Rosalind's daughter, he will never hurt her. Rose asks that he doesn't let go of her hand. Alexandro worries that Rosaria is not well. He shouts for the doctor. Emma asks him not to worry, and to let her see. Emma says the girl just fell asleep. Alexandro wishes his daughter sweet dreams. Toward evening, Rosaria is able to wake up. But she can't understand where she is. Rose tries to remember what has happened in the past days. She was arguing with her uncle, and met a strange boy at an exhibition. Then there was the red-haired madman. Rose frantically checks her face. Luckily she's fine. She is all alone in this huge room. Rose feels empty and lost. After a while, Emma comes to her. The girl asks her why she is here. Emma says that she fainted at the exhibition, and Simon brought her to the palace. Emma wonders if the lady is hungry, perhaps she wants cream puffs. Rosaria agrees to anything Emma gives her, but she is more interested in her uncle. Emma says he is in the library. And after she finishes eating, the Duke wants to see her. Rose thinks he will scold her. Whatever happens, Rose doesn't regret hitting that guy. But she hit an aristocrat, everyone will probably find out about it. So maybe she won't have a foster parent anymore. Simon apologizes to the lady, for daring to leave her alone at the exhibition. Simon says he is willing to accept any punishment. If the lady wants it, he will leave the palace immediately. In fact, as soon as Simon arrives at the exhibition, he is surrounded by nobles. Simon is a famous person. But he could easily get rid of them, that's not the reason. He chose not to wait for the lady, because he didn't want to. Rosaria thinks that Simon is not to blame for this. He disliked her from the beginning, because he is sure she has orisha blood in her. Rosaria says that Simon is her teacher and if he leaves, who will teach her? Rose asks not to punish him. Alexandra says that this can't be ignored. Rose asks if she should choose his punishment herself. She quickly comes up with something. Now Simon will only eat chili food for 1 month. After that, the Duke doesn't distance himself from Rosaria. On the contrary, he praised her for her behavior. Edmund apologized for the fire. It also became known that the organizers of the exhibition had abused their position, so they were punished as they deserved. One day Alexandro and Rosaria went for a walk. Alexandro says that if Rose wants anything, he will buy her everything. Rose is happy because she eats cream puffs. So father and daughter went for a walk. Rose thinks that no matter how much she eats, she stays a little. The other kids her age are taller than she is. Rose says her hand is dirty because she ate cream puffs, but Alexandro doesn't see it as a problem. He offers to buy her a doll. Someone pushes a girl, telling her to get out of here. The Duke asks what happened. Seller says everything is fine, just beggars disturbing his business. So what does the Duke want from him? Alexandro says he wants to buy a doll for his daughter. The seller says there are so many rumors now because of this adorable girl. And they look so similar. Alexandro asks if she likes it. Rose says that the doll is very beautiful, just like a lively girl. Rosaria looks at herself in the mirror. This pretty doll looks just like her. When the saint appears, and the Duke will leave her, will she stay as pretty as she is now? Rosaria thinks of something. She runs away from the Duke saying she'll be back soon. In the alley sits a lonely girl. She notices someone. Rosaria asks if the girl wants the doll. Rose wants to share what she has with someone. Alexandro asks why Rosaria ran away so suddenly, what if he had lost her? Rose is so sorry. She gave the doll he gave her to that girl. Alexandro says she can do what she wants with her things. But he doesn't understand why she did it. Rosaria didn't really have any grand purpose. She just felt it was the right thing to do. Rosaria would also like to apologize for the recent argument with him. Alexandra says she doesn't need to apologize. He is the one who should apologize for not allowing her to meet Yulan. He thought the curse might be contagious. Alexandro asks if Rose wants to go somewhere else. Rose wants to go to the bakery. They will buy mini cakes and eat them with Yulan. Alexandro is glad his daughter finally wants to go somewhere with him. Rosaria asks why they are not eating. Yulan explains that the Duke hates sweets. Yulan notes that the Duke's tastes have changed dramatically. Alexandra says he is still the same. Anyway, Yulan asks if he received a letter from his father. Alexandra says that the emperor has finally consented to Rosaria's adoption. Yulan is happy about this. Alexandra would be interested to hear from Yulan. How he managed to please the emperor. Yulan says that his treatment will take a long time. According to the doctor's diagnosis, his therapy will take about 3 years. In any case, when the last request was sent, the emperor agreed. So Yulan is quite happy with this. Alexandra is sure that even if Yulan remains alive, after the promised 3 years, the emperor can take his life at any time, to make his first son more comfortable on the throne. Alexandra doesn't like this deal. He says that Yulan should not agree to it. Rose asks what pains Yulan. She wants Yulan to eat it, then he will heal faster. Alexandra says that since Rosaria is now officially his daughter, they should announce it. Now no one will dare to call his daughter an orphan. Alexandra asks if she remembers when her birthday is. Rose doesn't remember. Alexandra suggests making her birthday the day she became part of his family. So it's time to invite guests to the party. Rose realizes that he is now her father. She says, "Dad." Still, he will remain her uncle. Alexandra doesn't mind, she can call him whatever she wants. Rosaria remembers the cookies she was given, now she wants to eat them. Yulan asks if she is talking about the gift from Lampus. He thinks it's been a long time, so they can't be eaten. Yulan says he will bring her something much more delicious, so she can throw away those cookies. While the boys are deciding who to invite to Rosaria's birthday party, Rose thinks about how scary Yulan can smile. For the next half-month, the preparations for Rosaria's birthday went on. Even Simon was so busy that there was no time for Rose's lessons, so Rosaria could play all days, except for the days when she had dance lessons. But Rose was still sad, because Yulan said he wouldn't come to her birthday party. Rosaria told him he would be sad here alone while everyone was celebrating. So she asks Yulan to come. Everyone will be happy to see him. Even though Yulan was smiling, he looked so unhappy. A maid tells Rosaria that because Emma is busy, she will be her maid. Her name is Mia. Even Emma has no time for Rosaria. Rose wants to walk around the mansion. Mia says she will help her prepare. For some reason, the maid looks worried about something. She thinks the lady can show her true nature at any moment. This child was able to charm the Duke so much, that he decided to adopt her. Also, it's a dirty doll she takes with her everywhere, can't she get a new one? The pink-haired maid is convinced that the doll is cursed. The fact that the Duke has decided to adopt her makes her suspicious. The Duke must be under some kind of spell. The pink-haired maid asks Mia to be careful. They must survive. Mia will be on guard at all times. Rose has something to ask Mia. Can she bring her a bag of cookies? Of course she can. Rose thanks her. She says that Mia is the best. That was so cute. Rosaria wants to give this drawing to Dorothy. Rose tells her in confidence, if she sells it in 10 years, she will get a lot of money. She actually wanted to keep it, but decided to give it to her. Dorothy promises to keep it until the end of her life. Rose asks her not to go so far. Time went on, and finally it was Rosaria's birthday. Members of the royal family sent their polite rejection. The other Duke families said they had not received an invitation. Herald announces the arrival of the Duke of Valencia and his daughter. The guests immediately begin to discuss rumors that the Duke has been hiding his daughter. They look at Rosaria. Now she has to make her speech. But the excitement and stares make her completely forget what to say. Someone in the crowd raised their hand. It was Simon. He seemed to want to say something to Rose. He points to his palm. Of course, Rosaria wrote what she had to say on her palm. But the words are blurred by the sweat. So Rose has to improvise. First she wants to say, "Thank you to everyone for coming." Simon realized he was screwed. Alexandro calmly starts clapping his hands. The Duke and his daughter come down to the guests. Rose thinks she has ruined the party that everyone worked so hard for. She asks if she was wrong. Alexandro says she is not. Today is her day, so she can do whatever she wants. Rose is glad to hear that. Rose got bored at her own party. Someone turns to Princess Valencia. A girl says her name is Sophia Cartrain. She wishes Rose a happy birthday. She notices that Rosaria is more beautiful than she thought. So if she says she is a real noble, everyone will believe it. Rosaria says she is too. The girl says the princess looks happy. Daniel would surely have fainted. Rose asks who Daniel is. Sophia shouts that it's her cousin, Daniel Fortner, the son of the family who organized that exhibition. So where she's going with this? Sophia says their family is bankrupt, so she blames it on Rosaria. Rose doesn't think it's her fault, she just told the truth about his family killing people. In addition, that boy was the first to insult her. Sophia explains to Rose that nobles and commoners should live like that. On the contrary, the nobles show mercy to the commoners. Sophia seems to understand the reason. The princess is from a commoner. It must have been unpleasant when he insulted the people she lived with yesterday. Dead boar. Sophia runs away screaming. Edmund asks why Rosaria is alone on her birthday. Rose is a little shocked by his appearance. She asks what it is. Edmund says it's his birthday present for her. He is sure she will like it. Edmund explains that she is so small and skinny. Afterwards his family will send her another gift. Edmund jokes that she is like a wild boar. Rose says he's the only one who calls her that. Edmund says she is all alone, like a wild boar. That is not true, Rosaria is not alone. Still, he's right. Edmund tries to look for blank. They argued about who would be here first, and apparently he won. Rose says she didn't invite him, so why is he here? Edmund says it's a birthday party. Perhaps Rosaria wants to dance. Rose doesn't want to dance with him. Edmund asks if it will be her first dance. She just has to dance it with him. Rose is sure she won't dance with him. Edmund doesn't understand what the problem is, she doesn't have a partner anyway. Rose doesn't want to talk to him anymore. Edmund asks her to wait a minute. He has something important to tell her. After the last incident, she needs to be careful. Alexandro asks what he is doing with her daughter. Edmund is surprised at how strong the Duke's grip is. Alexandro asks the knights to take Edmund to the underground prison. He will stay there until the end of the party. Edmund shouts for Rose to wait for his return. Simon says that the Duke needs to go with him to the prison. Alexandro wishes his daughter a happy birthday. He will return to her soon. Rosaria wonders what Edmund wanted to tell her. Someone asks if she is busy. Boy in a cat mask. Blake asks if Princess Valencia is busy. Rose asks why he is wearing a mask. Blake explains that if the knights notice him, they will take him away like Edmund. Blake admits he has been here a long time. Rosaria concludes that he heard her opening speech. Blake wishes her a happy birthday. He also asks if she kept the brooch. Rose says she is careful, not to lose it. Blake is glad to hear that. The brooch is actually very important to him. It came as a surprise to Rosaria. She thought it was just an expensive jewelry. Blake asks if she can dance. So why not dance with him? Rose doesn't understand why he wants to dance with her. Blake says he needs her now. Anyway, she still hasn't chosen a partner for her first dance. Rose asks if he has been following her. Blake admits that his eyes were always on her. In fact, many people are watching her now. Blake says that the knights are waiting for the end of the tune to take him away, because they think he came without an invitation card. Although, Blake does have an invitation card. His little brother begged his parents for an invitation. Rosaria concludes that he stole the invitation card. Blake asks where she learned to dance. She won't stop stepping on his feet. When the song ends, the knights lead Blake away. Rosaria sees him off with a wary look. She finds it hard to believe, but this party is organized for her. This party is for her birthday. Today is a happy day for Rosaria. She would like to believe that from now on all days will be as happy. Alexander says that this is a present for Rosaria. The girl has never seen an unicorn before. She asks if she can fly them. Rose is seated on the unicorn. She notices a person walking away quickly. There's nothing unusual about that, right? The man in the hat says that while it's tethered, she won't be able to fly high. Rose likes to fly. She asks her uncle to watch. She flies. Something comes off a rope. Rosaria doesn't want to scare her uncle, but
come and fly away with me. 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 Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet. Somewhere close to harmony, when the world is sound asleep. Something's gonna bring the change, journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Something's gonna bring the change, journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
Rosaria woke up in some strange place. Everything around her is so white. There are only books on the shelves. Also, her body is so light. She's not in any pain at all. Rose realized that she was dead and now in the afterlife. But why are there only books around? In fact, this place looks familiar to Rosaria. Someone flew past her. Rose decided to go for the quiet sounds. She found some very strange creatures. They must be ghosts. For some reason the ghosts were frightened of the girl, not the other way around. The ghost says something to the girl. Rosaria asks if she has been here before. And why is he scolding her? From what the ghost says, Rose understands that someone with silver hair messed up the book. Now they are trying to restore it. This must be the book. Rosaria begins to study it. The book shows traces of information that has been erased and rewritten. The book says that Cordelia wondered if she should kill Yulan. After all, she is merciful to the emperor's family. Rose remembered Yulan. It means he's dead. The ghost scolds the girl. Rose can't understand why he would say such a thing. It's not true, she didn't write it. Rosaria's body is pulled by an irresistible force. Rose asks them to wait. She still hasn't found out. Alexandro asks Rosaria not to fall asleep. Rose wonders if she hasn't died yet. Alexandro asks her not to say such terrible things. He says she has been unconscious for 4 days. Alexandro admits it was all his fault. He shouldn't have given her such dangerous gifts. Rose asks her uncle not to worry, she is fine. She would like to thank him. No one has ever congratulated her on her birthday. If it weren't for him, nothing like this would ever have happened, all those beautiful clothes and delicious food. In fact, the best gift of her life is her uncle. Rose wants to know how Yulan is feeling. Alexandro says that falling from such a height can easily break bones and damage internal organs. In addition, Yulan had lost a lot of blood when they were found. But in spite of that, Yulan is still alive, and he was not hurt at all. He is conscious now. Rose is so happy that he is alive, but how can that be? Yulan was badly hurt. Alexandro himself doesn't know. But after that day, Yulan's curse only grows stronger. The number of seizures and atrocities committed by Yulan has increased. Every movement makes Rosaria's body hurt, so she is left to do nothing at all. After Rosaria wakes up, Blake and Edmund insist on meeting her, but Alexandro sent them both to their homes. The culprit who cut the unicorn's rope was Daniel. Unable to stand the guilt, he confessed to everything. Yulan is still locked up in his mansion, and Rosaria is very bored. Rose thinks if Yulan hadn't protected her back then, she surely would have died. Rose notices something strange on the window. A bird flew up to the girl clutching a flower in its beak. Rose noticed a piece of paper tied to the bird. It turned out to be a letter. Someone writes that as soon as he found out she was awake, he decided to write her a letter. He would like to meet her in person, but he can't right now. This flower is his gift to her. Next time he will send her blue roses that she likes. The letter is not signed, but Rosaria seems to understand who sent it. Rose thinks Yulan's handwriting is pretty too. Toward evening, Rosaria decided to write him a letter back, but she worries that she won't be able to write all her thoughts on such a small piece of paper. So she wrote, "I'm fine." Rose thinks it might be enough. Her handwriting isn't good anyway. Yulan asks how her dance lessons are going. He heard that she was dancing with someone at the party. Rose writes that she danced only one song with Mr. Lampus. If it was Blake, that's okay. Yulan thinks his status in society is not that low. He also heard that she was into drawing. It was rather difficult for Rose to draw Yulan, so she won't even try anymore. So the time flew by. When Rosaria's body was almost restored, a strange man came to the mansion. Lorenzo salutes Simon. He says Simon has lost a lot of weight. He must have been on some kind of diet. Simon is really on a special diet. In any case, Lorenzo is happy to have another nephew. He asks how Yulan is doing. He's probably even more mature now, so he won't be able to tease him. Simon agrees with him. Prince Yulan is indeed much more mature than his peers. Lorenzo believes that Yulan has become this way because of the adults around him, and it's also his fault. Duke Alexandro quietly fills out important papers. Suddenly he hears loud footsteps. Lorenzo welcomes his brother. Alexandro asks what help he needs this time. Lorenzo can't understand why all the members of his family are so cold. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Lorenzo says that Yulan's condition has become worse. But not to worry, the boy is as strong as his mother. Alexandro says that even though he is his sister's son, killing animals is too much. His bloodlust increases every day, And when he is no longer satisfied with animals, he will start killing people. Alexandro thinks they need to see for themselves how bad it is. Lorenzo asks him not to hurry, there is something he needs to see first. You should like it, and subscribe to the channel. Otherwise Rosaria won't forgive you. Lorenzo asks Rose to look at him. He asks her to come up to him. She is so cute, such a good girl. Lorenzo tells Bro that Rose looks angry. Rosaria says that's not right, 9-year-old kids don't wear clothes like this. Lorenzo finds it funny that she's bragging about being 9 years old. Was Julian the same way? Alexandro says of course not. Rose asks her uncles to stop joking at her. Lorenzo asks Rose if she remembers how he asked her to call him. Uncle, Lorenzo. No, there was something else. Rose is sure that his name is Uncle Lorenzo. Alexandro asks his brother to do serious things. They need to see Yulan. If they go to see Yulan, Rose asks to go with them. Lorenzo explains only doctors can visit Yulan now. Rosaria is sure that her uncle is not a doctor, but Lorenzo says he is almost a doctor. He will help Yulan heal, so she needs to be a little patient. Rose asks them to tell him later how he is doing. Rosaria is really worried about Yulan. She has stopped receiving letters from him lately. It is already midnight, but Rose still hasn't gone to bed. They promise to tell her about Yulian's condition. This means only one thing. The time for revenge has come. She will paint Uncle Lorenzo's face with charcoal while he sleeps. Walking around the mansion, Rosaria hears someone talking. It turns out her uncle is still awake. Rose hears her name. Lorenzo asks what it means Rosaria is not a saint. Rose froze without opening the door. Lorenzo believes that she looks exactly like Christian orisha, so why isn't she a saint? Alexandro asks him to stop talking about it. He already knows that she looks like him. No one except Duke Orisha is related to her, and Christian rarely appears in social circles. Lorenzo says that even if she is not a saint, he can't deny that she is the daughter of Christian and Rosalind. Lorenzo can't understand why his brother doubts about this. Rose is surprised that she looks so much like someone. The book did not mention that. Lorenzo asks if his brother wants to take advantage of her. Even if she is not a saint, the fact that she is Rosalind's daughter will give them some advantage. If Rose pretends to be a saint, they can buy more time. Lorenzo considers that Yulan is in a critical condition. The boy doesn't have long to live. Rose can't believe it. The book didn't say that Yulan would die at such a young age, so if he dies, it will be because of her. Lorenzo believes that even if the boy gets well, the scar will stay with him for life. So Alexandro has to choose between the two of them, Rosaria, or Yulan. Lorenzo feels the brother has already made his choice. Lorenzo hears some noise at the door. There was obviously someone here. He notices something on the floor. Coal. Since Lorenzo doesn't pursue the fugitive, Alexandro concludes that he understands who it is. Lorenzo apologizes. He must have made a mistake. It was probably just the wind from the old windows. Rosaria thinks about what she has heard. She is completely confused. She also lost her piece of charcoal. Rose hears footsteps toward her room. Lorenzo is surprised that his brother likes this interior. Rose tries to pretend to sleep, pretend to sleep, pretend to sleep. It seems much harder than she thought. Lorenzo asks her to be more careful with her things. The hunter is always waiting for the right moment to attack his prey. If Rose learns not to leave trails, she can become a hunter. So Lorenzo wishes her pleasant dreams. It seems that Rosaria has been caught. The next day they had breakfast in threes. Alexandro asks how Rosaria is feeling. She doesn't eat. Rose says she is fine and the food is very tasty. Lorenzo says that apparently Rose is in love with him. It's not surprising because he's so handsome. Rosaria asks him to stop talking nonsense. There is actually one thing that bothers Rose. Another sunny day in the Duchy of Valencia. Lorenzo walks around the mansion and notices Rose. He asks what she is doing here. Fun fact, Lorenzo is the only person who calls her Rose. Rosaria asks if he told the Duke what happened last night. Lorenzo believes that his brother doesn't need to know about it. He suggests that Rose tell him all her secrets, and he will not tell anyone. Rosaria knows that he is going to Yulan. She will go with him. Lorenzo says that is impossible. Yulan has still not recovered. Rose heard him say that Yulan does not have many days to live. They must allow her to see him. Lorenzo explains that there are reasons why Alexandro won't let them see each other. Yulan is in a terrible state now, and if she sees him, she will be very shocked. He believes that at her age she should see only beautiful things. It's better for her not to know that evil exists. Rose understands, but what if this is her last chance to see him? Maybe she is not part of their family, but she is very worried about Yulan. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be here now. Rose wants to visit him at least once. She knows that there is much evil in the world. Rosaria is not a kid who doesn't understand anything. Lorenzo is sure that Yulan also considers Rose part of the family. He agrees to take her to Yulan. But if he scares her, and she wants to run away, she just needs to tell Lorenzo that. Rose doesn't understand why she would want to run away. Rosaria smells fragrant herbs, mixed with blood.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from him, send with me tonight. I run away.
Lorenzo says that Yulan can no longer speak as a human being. When he uses his abilities on Yulan, he only gets worse. The prince used his magic on himself, so often that even things around him began to freeze. This may have made Yulan even worse. Lorenzo thought Rose would be very scared, or shocked when she saw him. Rosaria doesn't understand how it could have come to this. They are family. Lorenzo asks Rose what family means to her. Family is people who will always be at her side, and support her. So why did the uncle do this to Yulan? Lorenzo says that family is first and foremost about love. Yulan agreed with this decision. If not for the chains, he would start killing innocent people. They had no choice. He needs to stay human until the end. Rosaria doesn't believe that. Yulan promised to give her a blue rose for her next birthday. Lorenzo says blue rose doesn't exist. Since Yulan promised to give her something that doesn't exist in this world, that means he wanted to do something impossible. Maybe the next birthday present is the impossible thing.
We'll never forget the past, but what counts is our brand new start. Even if it hurts me or I get scared, just come take this risk now. We'll be prepared. I run away.
Rose promises she will do everything she can to heal Yulan.
Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. The secret's there, everywhere. Just you and I run away.
When Rosaria woke up, Alexandro came to Yulan to tell him about it. Yulan is glad to hear this. He hopes she will be alright. Alexandra finds Yulian's behavior extremely reckless. Yulan himself doesn't know why he did it. Perhaps Rosaria has become very dear to him. Alexandro thinks Yulan did the wrong thing, but he still wants to thank him. Yulan notes that his uncle has changed a lot. But if he loses control again, Yulan asks his uncle to stop him, by any means necessary. Yulan thinks Rosaria is worried about him. He should write her a letter. Lorenzo asks Rose not to act so recklessly again. He and his brother and Yulan don't want her to be hurt. Alexander suddenly appears from behind. Lorenzo explains the whole situation to his brother. Rosaria wants to ask her uncle something. If they find another saint, will they treat her like family? Rose hesitates to ask this question. Instead, she says she wants to go for a walk. Rosaria wants to go back to where she used to live. Alexandra realizes that she is now afraid of Yulan. But he assures her that Yulan can't hurt her anymore. She will be accompanied everywhere by servants. Lorenzo is shocked that his brother can talk so much. Rose shouts that she is not afraid of Yulan. Alexandra recalls the conversation with his brother. Maybe whoever was eavesdropping was. Alexandra says he understands her, but she needs to rest now. In the past Rosaria lived with Madame Pamela. This woman starved her, so why does she want to go back there? Alexandra killed her that day, and all the children were given a chance to start a new life. If Rosaria wants to go back to a place like that, does that mean she hates him? Rose understands that she will not be allowed to go there. So she plans to run away to find the saint. Even if she tells the truth, the adults will still not believe child. But Rosaria doesn't want to see this picture, and she doesn't want to leave here. She will not take the bird because it will remind her of Yulan. She cured the bird, so it can fly to its owner. Rose wants to come down from the balcony on this improvised rope. The girl asks the bird why she came back to her. Someone is pulling on the rope. Lorenzo can't believe that Rose planned to go down with this. If he pulls it a little harder, the knots will untie. Lorenzo shouts to Rose not to move, he's coming for her now. So, Rose asks why he is here. Seeing what dangerous games his niece is playing, Lorenzo had no choice but to come to her. Rosaria asks him not to tell anyone about it. Lorenzo is sure that if she disappears his brother will be very worried, and will look for her everywhere. Rose says that won't happen. Lorenzo asks if she wants to check it. He offers to see how his brother would react if she disappeared. He also promises to help her escape. Lorenzo is sure that this method is much safer and more reliable than jumping from balcony. Of course Rose finds this method to be the safest, but she wants to hit him. Alexandro asks what Lorenzo is doing. And what is it? Lorenzo explains it's a carpet. He will go away for a while to give it to someone. Alexandro asks him not to forget to visit Yulan. He also asks if Lorenzo knows about War Street. Lorenzo calls this place a slums. It seems to be in the territory of Orisha near Lampus. Has the brother ever been there? Alexandro is sure that Rosaria is hiding something. But if she returns to that place, it will be his fault. Lorenzo glad, his brother has changed so much. Alexandro believes he should tell Rose the truth, but not so quickly that he won't hurt her. Lorenzo doesn't understand why Rose would go there, when she has already heard everything. Rose says she must. It's all for Yulan. Had she not found her uncle that day, the saint would have found him. She would have been recognized as a saint, and during her volunteer work, they would have met in that alley. The Book of the Future said the saint lived not far from her. They were both orphans and lived close to each other, but didn't know it. Lorenzo says she is so small, but burdening herself with difficult thoughts. Because of this, she will never be able to live the life she wants. Rose can't believe it. Alexandra came to Rosaria's room. He will kill Lorenzo. Rose doesn't believe. Lorenzo searched the place she told him about. A 4-year-old girl with silver hair named Cordelia is not there. Lorenzo suggests looking around that place. Orphans don't go far away so they don't get beaten by gangs from other streets. I think Rose said 4 years so as not to arouse Lorenzo's suspicions. What is the point of this trip, if she couldn't find the saint? All of these people exist just as they do in the book. So why isn't there only the saint? Lorenzo wonders who this Cordelia. Perhaps she is Rose's friend or her sister. While Lorenzo was looking for Cordelia, he looked around the place where Rosaria used to live. He easily found out that the gang she lived in disappeared in just one day. That day coincided with the day Rose visited the Duke's mansion. Could it be his brother wanted to tell her what he had done to those people? Lorenzo noticed someone. Rose asks him what happened. Lorenzo admits to her that he only has 2 special abilities: finding and hiding. Rosaria notices her uncle. He looks so frighteningly angry. Apparently Lorenzo was right, they did manage to hide. He asks Rose to admit that she was wrong. He was right in saying that Alexandro would look for her. He tracked them down, and his face will give Lorenzo nightmares. Rosaria agrees with him. But when the saint appears, everything will be different. Lorenzo says that the blood of the saints is like wine, the eyes like gems. Anyone who eats those eyes and drinks the wine become unkillable. People say this phrase was found in ancient ruins. Rose is confused. Lorenzo asks Rose not to worry, she is so small that she won't even be enough to bite. All this talk of saints and congregation Lorenzo finds nonsensical now. Of course, it would be better for adults if she was a saint. But that's not her concern, so it's better for Rose to ignore it. Rosaria says that Lorenzo is also an adult. How can he say such a thing? Lorenzo explains that adult situations are always handled by his brother, so it's not his business. He asks Rose to live happily. It will be enough for them just to have her existence. Rose screams that she is in pain. The time for revenge has come. Lorenzo begs Rose to let go his precious hair. Rosaria also considers her hair precious. The Knights of Orisha ask people if they have seen a man with white hair. Lorenzo tells Rose that his brother has already been reported to the Duke of Orisha. It seems their antics have already gone too far. Rosaria offers to return to her uncle. Lorenzo wonders what about her desire to go back where she used to live. But since her uncle wants to see her so much, and she is the only one in this world who can come to him, Rose agrees to go back. Still, they fail to find Cordelia. Rosaria would like to meet her, if only for a moment. Now she returns to a place where she is welcomed and loved. While this strange couple was returning home, Rosaria would like to tell Uncle Lorenzo something. Cordelia's eyes are golden in color. She looks like the woman her uncle loves. He thinks she is the daughter of that woman. But the truth is, the other girl is her real daughter. Lorenzo doesn't quite understand, but Rosaria asks if Uncle Lorenzo listens to her. Wait, that's not her uncle. The little girl is alone, at night, on a dangerous street unknown to her. How did they manage to lose each other? Rosaria was left alone on an unfamiliar street. The first thing to do is to take care of herself. Rose's stomach rumbles, she needs something to eat. She found one food vendor who was just about to close up store. Rose asks if she can get crepes for this thing. This is the Lampus family brooch. The woman is a little shocked at her offer. Rosaria says that one crepe would be enough for her. The woman asks if she is lost. The young lady must be from the Duke's family, so why is she walking around without servants? Rosaria says she's not from the Orisha family. The woman has already realized that. Rose can't believe that she is not perceived as Orisha but as Valencia. The woman asks the young lady to wait here. She asks the knights to take her home. If she gets in that carriage, she can get to the Duke's mansion. Rosaria thinks it's strange, it's Orisha's carriage. Her uncle must have already met with Duke Orisha. The woman asks the young lady to take the brooch. This is not something she can keep. Then Rosaria offers to take this. In the girl's hand are two precious gems. Rose says it's reward for her help. One day she would return here, Rose would be happy to taste her crepes again. Rosaria reaches the Duke's mansion. But there's a catch, it's not her home. Maybe she's been cheated. Some man asks her if she's Princess Valencia. Duke Lampus welcomes her to his castle. He wanted to meet her earlier, but the Duke of Valencia was adamantly opposed. Rose is shocked. He's like a 40-year-old Blake. Duke Lampus offers her to stay in his castle, and feel at home. But Rosaria wants to return home, to her uncle. Lampus assures her that now is not the best time. Duke Valencia was arrested for a scuffle at Orisha territories. When Duke Orisha finds out who she is, he will surely want to meet her. Because of her silver hair, Orisha will not let her go home so easily. Duke Lampus has already informed Duke Valencia that he has Rosaria. Rose asks what he wants from her. Lampus wants her to stay here as a guest. Suddenly another member of the Lampus family shows up. Blake doesn't understand what Rosaria is doing here. Blake is surprised to see her after so long. The Duke is sure he called Everett, but Blake says Everett is busy, he preparing for his exams. Duke feels this is not the first time these two have met. In any case, he asks Blake to escort their guest. Rose finds it strange. Uncle Lampus doesn't know that she has already danced with Blake. Since Rosaria is now their guest, the Duke wants her to be friends with his sons. Now Rose realizes his purpose, he also considers her a saint. Being friends with a saint is good for anyone, but Rose finds such relationships self-serving. Blake escorts Rosaria to her room. Suddenly Blake says he thought she was going to die. Even when he heard she was better, he couldn't concentrate on anything, and kept thinking about her. Rose asks why he was worried about her. It's not like they have anything in common. Blake reminds her of the brooch. Rosaria was just about to give it back to him. If she knew it was important to him, she wouldn't dare take it. She doesn't need this thing anymore. Rose is sure that when the real saint appears, Blake will be the first to take her side. She doesn't need friends, who can suddenly change their attitudes to her. The next day at Castle Lampus. The Duke is pleased that Rosaria has finally come to them. The Lampus family gathered for breakfast. Rose finds it all so fake. Maybe they should have put a sign on her, saying saint. During the meal, the Duke told Rosaria that the lands of Lampus were more fertile than those of Valencia. Now she could taste the more delicious food. Rose finds it funny, the Duke doesn't stop praising himself. However, one thing seems strange to her. While everyone is chatting happily over breakfast, Blake for some reason doesn't join in the conversation. He seems lonely and aloof. Suddenly Everett asks Rosaria about her doll. Did she pick it up at the dumpster? Rosaria tells him to repeat it by the mirror. Everett asks if it's true, she has divine powers. Rosaria has nothing like that. Everett hears that Rosaria has lived in a dirty place before. Such a noble family couldn't bring in some ragamuffin cat just off the street. She must be a special child to be adopted. The Duke apologizes for the foolish things this child has said. Rosaria says it's true, she used to live in the back alley. This boy has said so many nasty things to her, but doesn't seem to feel a drop of shame. Rosaria says that place is much dirtier than he can imagine. She drank water from filthy fountains, and begged for meat bones. Unlike him, she lived without parents. But something even more disgusting than that. The way people like them look at her. They must feel pity for her, right? It all seems so funny to Rose. They want to be friends with her. But they look at her like she's an insect. Blake can't understand what just happened. Everett wanted to meet Rosaria so badly. Did he really want to say such things to her? Everett began to cry and ran from the room. His mother ran after him to comfort the baby. Blake and Rosaria stayed where they are. Duke asks Blake to stop acting like a child. He should be an example for his little brother. Duke Limp has also left the kitchen. Blake is so tired of all of this. Rosaria reminds Blake of the words he once said to her. He likes her because she doesn't cry. Sometimes it seems like crying should solve all your problems. But Rosaria doesn't cry, because her tears mean nothing. She's not the kind of person who Blake would like, because she doesn't think people who cry are weak. If there was an adult who wouldn't scold her, but would comfort her, Rose wouldn't have to hold back her tears. Rosaria reminds Blake, they're both just kids. Blake asks if she really thinks he's a kid. Rosaria doesn't know what he's talking about, he's not a 100-year-old man. Sometimes Blake seems to think it is. Rose doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Anyway, she's just leaving and Blake needs to eat, he hasn't eaten anything all this time. Rosaria is going to go somewhere where no one will see her. Rose is lying on her perfectly made bed. The nerves seem to be giving her a stomachache. She wonders when her uncle will take her away from here. Rose feels like she's missing something important. She's lost her doll. The maid tells Rosaria that her doll is at Blake's. The young master is waiting for her in the garden. After a while, Rosaria finds Blake. He's sitting alone on a bench. He seems to have fallen asleep. Rose asks Blake to wake up. Blake says her eyes are like morpho butterflies. He asks if she still hates him. Rose demands that he give her the doll back. Also, her arm still hurts. Blake asks her to sit, then he will give her the doll back. After a brief one-on-one conversation, Blake asks why she hates him. Rosaria doesn't want to talk about it. Blake asks her not to take his brother's words to heart. Since Blake thinks he's so smart, Rose wants to ask him something. What it means to give someone a blue rose that doesn't exist. Blake believes that even if blue roses don't exist now, it doesn't mean they won't appear in the future. Science is always moving forward, and one day there will be dolls just like humans. That's why blue roses will be created one day. Since Blake heard that she was getting better, he has been practicing dance a lot. If nothing binds the two of them now, perhaps their relationship will change in the future. If Rosaria has no reason to hate him, then Blake will create reasons for her to like him. Rosaria tells him not to worry, he will hate her in the future anyway. Blake doesn't understand her thinking. Rose finds herself not so smart. Also, she's having a hard time holding her tears these days. Maybe for those reasons he will hate her. Rosaria asks Blake to finally return her doll. Blake wonders what if he cries for her. Then, will she take care of him? Rose doesn't understand why he's childish in front of her. Anyway, Rosaria doesn't care about his act. She's not going to be friends with him and his brother. But if you cry for another person, it's either a member of your family, or someone important to you. Therefore, Blake has no reason to cry for her. Someone asks what Blake is doing with his daughter. Alexandro was promised, Rosaria be treated like a value guest. And what does he see? Some uneducated kid grabs his daughter by the hand. Rose asks if he has come back for her as a winner. Alexandro never loses, or she thought he would. He offers to come home quickly. Of course if Rosaria wants to go back. Rose says she really wants to go home too. As Alexandro is putting Rosaria in the carriage, there is a loud scream. Lorenzo begs his brother not to leave him in the slayer of the devil. Someone says it's rude of Lorenzo to say such a thing. Duke Limpus gave a warm welcome to Rosaria, and would like to hear at least a word of thanks. Alexandro doesn't see the need for gratitude, he had not seen his daughter for only a few days, but she was getting skinny here. His daughter will never visit this house again. To be fair, Rose has been eating well and even thinks she has gained weight. Duke Limpus says it's not so simple. After all, Rosaria has made friends, and the Duke of Valencia will not forbid her to see her friends. Rose asks her uncle to put her down, she needs to say goodbye. Alexandro didn't expect this boy to be her new friend. Rosaria says he is not her friend, but as Simon has taught her, she should greet and say goodbye to others. Rose says she didn't like meeting him, maybe it's better if they never meet again. Blake would also like to say goodbye to her. She can take her doll back. Blake kisses her on the cheek, and saying they will see each other again. When they got into the carriage, Alexandro couldn't contain his anger. How dare he kiss his daughter? Lorenzo has a moment to tell Rose something. He did everything he could to find the girl she was talking about, but she just isn't there. Rosaria doesn't understand why all of the characters in the book exist, except for the main character. It's so mysterious, who this Cordelia really is. Rosaria asks if Lorenzo told her dad about this girl. No, Lorenzo will keep her secrets. Everything would be fine, but if the saint never shows up, then Yulan. Suddenly Lorenzo says that Yulan has gotten better. While they were gone, he got better. Alexandro hasn't seen him yet, but he is told that he is fine now. Rose wonders, what could have happened, even a saint could not heal him so quickly. Alexandro asks if she is okay, she looks tired. Rose says she's fine, maybe it's her stomach. They arrive at the Duke's mansion very quickly, thanks to the magic of transportation. When Rosaria stepped out of the carriage, one person dear to her was already greeting her. Yulan was waiting for her. All these people were waiting for Rosaria's return. So Lorenzo concludes, Yulan got better after meeting Rosaria. Lorenzo could never understand this guy, suddenly he became good. Lorenzo is now talking about this snake. Alexandro asks if everything is okay with Yulan. Yulan answers that everything is okay. Yulan always answers the Duke with the same phrases. Alexandro asks why Rosaria is not eating anything. Rose says she is a little tired, then Alexandro asks her to go to bed early tonight. When Rose goes to her room, Lorenzo asks her to wait for a while. He wants to ask her something. It may seem crazy to her, but he wants to take her blood. Lorenzo wants to check something. Lorenzo's logic is very simple, if Rosaria is a real saint, then maybe a drop of her blood can heal the curse. Lorenzo wants to investigate, and if everything turns out as he thinks, they will have to reveal Rosaria's identity. Lorenzo says he knew she would refuse him. Unexpectedly, Rosaria says that she doesn't mind, but he will have to take blood from her left hand, because she usually uses her right. Lorenzo says he will take just a little, if it hurts, she needs to tell him. When Lorenzo was ready to draw Rosaria's blood, he noticed her strange behavior. She didn't look like the old Rosaria. Her eyes became completely lifeless, as if nothing else exists except that needle. Lorenzo shakes Rosaria, asking her to wake up. Rose asks her uncle what's wrong. Lorenzo apologizes and asks her to forget what happened today. Rose says it's okay, it's happened to her before. But Lorenzo says it's not okay, and asks her to go back to her room. He didn't really need her blood so much. Lorenzo wishes Rose a sweet dream. Rosaria hates giving blood, which is the reason she ran away from the orphanage. But these people, and this place, she finally came back here. This is her home. Rose notices something on her desk. It was Yulian's mechanical bird. There was a letter attached to its leg. Only one sentence was written on a piece of paper. Yulan will be waiting for her in the garden. It was a dark night, but that didn't stop the children from meeting. Yulan was glad that Rosaria had come after all. He was sure she wouldn't come, because she was always avoiding him. Rose says that's not true. How does he feel? Yulan says that everything is fine, thanks to her. Maybe she wants to go for a walk, then her stomach will feel better. Rose doesn't remember telling him about her stomach. Yulan realized it when she didn't eat anything at dinner, and she looked so pale. Rosaria agrees to go for a walk, she wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Rose wonders if he can go out now. The Duke has given him permission to go out, but she has nothing to worry about. If he tries to hurt her, the knights watching them won't let him. Rosaria wasn't worried. Yulan thought he was the reason she left Valencia. Rose screams that's not true. She was never afraid of him, and even left the house. Rosaria left the house because she wanted to help Yulan. To find the saint who is the cause of all her misery, to heal him. Rose doesn't want to tell Yulan about Saint Cordelia. Because even Yulan would love that person. Rose finds such thoughts despicable. With such thoughts, she shouldn't be the main character of the story. In the Book of the Future, the main character was Saint Cordelia. But, Yulian's cloak seemed so warm. Yulan would like to apologize to her. He's the reason she keeps getting hurt. Rose believes it's not his fault. It's her own fault for not listening to Uncle Lorenzo. Actually, she is not cold at all, so Yulan can take his cloak. But Yulan asks her not to take it off, the wind is too cold. He'll be fine. Rosaria notices the snake on Yulian's neck. For some reason, when she looks at the snake it stops moving. Yulan suggests her to tell about her adventures outside Valencia. She returned to the place where she used to live, lost Uncle Lorenzo, and then ate crepes. Yulan thinks the story is a bit rambling. Those crepes were the first food she ever bought with money. Yulian's sure it was tasty. Then she ended up at Lampa's castle. There she ate with the Lampa's family. Yulan noticed that she became very close to Blake. Rose doesn't want Yulan to lose a friend because of her. She tells him not to worry, Blake is much more friends with him than with her. Yulan says that's not the problem. Maybe Blake said something special to her. Something special. Rosaria didn't know what he was trying to tell her. Yulan concludes that Lampa's family are interested in Rosaria. They didn't get an invitation to her birthday party. But for some reason Blake showed up. Yulan doesn't like that Blake is taking a special interest in her. Suddenly, Rosaria says she wasn't planning on coming back here. In any case, Yulan is glad she's back. Maybe she wants to dance together. Originally, they were supposed to dance together, so Yulan practiced dancing a little. Rosaria agrees to dance, but first she has to take off her shoes, she is not comfortable dancing in it. Now she'll be much more comfortable. Rose and Yulan start dancing. The children danced without any special clothes, no music and no ballroom. They danced in the open sky, with only the light of the moon to illuminate them. Rosaria asks Yulan to come to her next birthday party. She will be bored without him. Although, it's good that he didn't see her dance with Blake. She thinks Blake a terrible dancer. Yulan says Blake doesn't know how to control his body. Rose notices Yulian's strange behavior. She pulls Yulan closer. Rosaria is worried that Yulan is cold. His cheeks were even red. Rose thinks that Yulan doesn't need to give her blue rose at all. If they are together on her next birthday, that will be enough for her. The children sat under the tree until sunrise. Rosaria was tired the last days, so she fell asleep wrapped in Yulian's cloak. Yulan reminds her of the words she said to him. The words that they could meet tomorrow, helped him to live to this day. Yulan is very thankful to Rosaria for those words. Yulan says it's okay, he won't touch Rosaria again. Knight must take her away from him. The knight will call Mr. Lorenzo right now. But Yulan says it's not necessary. For now, The next day Rosaria woke up in her room. Emma came to help her get dressed. She notices Rosaria's dirty feet, realizing that she was walking barefoot. Emma asks that the next time the young lady decides to walk all night until dawn, she should dress warmer. Rosaria doesn't remember walking so long. Rose would like to ask Emma something. Blake didn't wish her good night, but kissed her on the cheek. What it means? Uncle told her to kick him in the groin when she next sees him, but Rose thinks that's a bit much. Emma totally agrees with the Duke's opinion. Of course, she can be liked by many people, but no one should touch her without her permission. Sweet dreams spells are usually used by parents who love their children. Rosaria asks if Emma's spell will always work on her. Emma asks if she has good dreams after her wish for a good night. Rosaria rarely dreams, but she has had a good night's sleep. Emma is sure her spell has been working since Rosaria showed up at the mansion, because she sees her as a daughter. Only people with a good heart can use this spell. But Rosaria shouldn't use it on strangers, only on family members. After Rosaria had eaten, Alexandra suggested she take a walk together. Rose asks how Yulan is feeling. Alexandra tells her that he promised to stay at the mansion, so there will be no problem. Rose worries that he might catch a cold. Alexandra remembers Yulan saying that he has a fever and needs a good sleep. So, Rosaria concludes that Yulan is staying at home to avoid catching a cold. That's exactly what Alexandra wanted to tell her. Rose thought so, he shouldn't have given his cloak to her. Why did he pretend he wasn't cold? So Rosaria didn't know about Yulan's attempt to kill her. If Alexandra's sister were here, she would have isolated the two of them. But more likely, she would use Rosaria to treat Yulan. Rosaria notices a Pegasus stable and wants to go in there. At the request of smart people, we'll call them alicorns. Rose asks what's wrong with the wing. The stableman explains that the alicorns were injured that day, and were temporarily bonded. Alexandra says that he had planned to give them the death sentence, but had completely forgotten about it. While the stableman is shocked by the job ahead of him, Rose tries to convince the Duke that alicorns are rare creatures and shouldn't be killed. But Alexandra sees them as nothing more than animals. Rose thinks he shouldn't kill the animals he gave her. Alexandra says they almost killed her. It's his fault for giving her such gift. Alexandra believes he's doing the right thing. But Rosaria says they did nothing wrong to kill them. She hopes Uncle won't kill them. She was kidnapped once before by one person, and then killed. Rose says it was her gift. Maybe Uncle will listen to her just once, and let them live. Alexandra will do as she wishes. The stableman is clearly happy, and suggests making the alicorns a mechanical wing, so they can fly. Perhaps the young lady wants to give them names. One will be called Rice, and the other Bingy. She wants to take them for a little ride. Flying them was scary for her, but just sitting on them seems pretty fun. Alexandra asks what happened to Rose. Rosaria says she had a good meal, so she got dizzy. In fact, the girl is afraid of heights. When she wanted to climb down from the balcony, she was also afraid. Alexandra says it's summer already. When he first met her, it was a cold spring. Rosaria thinks time flies so fast. Alexandra would like to tell Rose something. He decided to help the children who used to live with her in the back alley. Most of the children have already been adopted by new families. Rose considers it was a good act. Madame was a bad person. Alexandra confesses to killing her. Rose asks her uncle to make the children without arms and legs prosthetics, like Rice and Bingy. Alexandra will do his best, but he took away her home. Doesn't she hate him? Rose doesn't know what he is talking about. Her home is here. Or uncle doesn't think so. Alexandra agrees. This place is their home. Simon is reading the last news. Christian appears in claiming that Rosaria is his biological daughter. Alexandra finds it strange. Person considered missing, suddenly appears and wants to take the child back. Simon informs him that the imperial family will help Christian to get Rosaria back. Alexandro remembers the day he first met Rose. The child claimed that she was not Rosalind's daughter. Alexandro will protect her as long as necessary. However, Valencia was condemned not only by the orisha, but also by the imperial family and the congregation. The whole world seemed to stand on Orisha's side. Simon asks the Duke not to overdramatize the situation. In the end, Alexandro decided to go to the capital with Rosaria. Emma tells young lady that there is a man who thinks she is his daughter, so she must go to the capital. This man's name is Christian von Orisha. He is the younger brother of Duke Orisha. Rose can't believe it. This man is really Saint Cordelia's father, but he never once appears in the book. Rosaria even thought he was dead. Rose becomes enraged at this logic. If she has silver hair, she must surely be from the Orisha family. This is so stupid. Emma asks the little lady to calm down. This man could really be her father. So if she wants to leave them, and live with the Orisha family, no one will scold her. In the capital she will be able to make the final decision. All the inhabitants of the mansion see off the Duke and his daughter. Many people have grown to love Rosaria, so they don't want her to leave. Lorenzo asks his brother to take him, but Alexander orders him to stay at home. He must help Yulan. Rose tries to find Yulan in the crowd, but it seems that he is not here. Rosaria says she will return home soon, and asks them to wait for her. Especially Uncle Lorenzo. He promises will wait for her until she returns. Yulan didn't come to see her off, he must be feeling sick again. Together with Rosaria and Alexandro, Simon goes to the capital. Rose would like to ask them, why Valencia hates Orisha. Simon asks the Duke for permission to answer her question. Rose already regrets asking it. Simon reminds her of the history lesson, then he said that Valencia is in charge of the north, but originally the eastern lands were to belong to Valencia. The northern lands were not fit for human life then, and Orisha didn't want to rule those lands. So he poisoned Valencia and thus got the eastern lands of the empire. Because Valencia couldn't attend the meeting, he was given the northern lands. Rose finds this a very despicable act. Every story has many variations, but after that incident, Orisha and Valencia go their separate ways. Simon finds Christian von Orisha a strange man. He never listened to the former Duke of Orisha, but even more strange is why Rosalind married him. Alexandro says it was a long time ago. Simon will say nothing more to avoid angering the Duke. Rose would like to hear this story. What kind of person this Christian is. A few days later it's time for Rosaria to go to the imperial palace. Simon asks the lady to behave well, she only needs to greet everyone, and the main work will be done by him and the Duke. Alexandro asks Simon to stop fussing. How can he not fuss if they are going to meet His Majesty the Emperor? They should calm down, they are here for Orisha, not the Emperor. Alexandro asks if Rosaria remembers what he told her. Don't give in to them. Simon thinks it's a bad habit for a lady. In a few minutes, Valencia family greets the Emperor. The Emperor says he's wanted to see this child for a long time. The Emperor and Duke Valencia look at each other with an unkind look. Rose just needs to answer the questions she will be asked, but will she be able to handle her temper? The Emperor asks how Yulan is feeling. Alexandro admits that he doesn't see him often, but last time he looked like usual. The Emperor believes that his son is giving Alexandro a lot of trouble. Alexandro assures him that the problems are minor. Also, Yulan is his nephew, so he's not complaining. Rose is seeing the Emperor for the first time. The Emperor notices her gaze. He asks her name. The girl introduces herself as Rosaria von Valencia. She tries her best and even bites her tongue. A servant tells the Emperor that Duke Orisha has arrived. Two men appear in the throne room. One is Duke Orisha, and the other man is apparently Christian. His gaze is so lifeless. Rosaria is creeped out by his gaze. Probably if she met a scary doll at night, it wouldn't be so scary anyway. Alexandro covers Rosaria with his cloak and asks what is bothering her. Rose wanted to say something, but changed her mind. The Emperor doesn't want to waste time, so he proposes to get straight to the point. Duke Orisha claims that Duke Valencia kidnapped the child from his family. This child belongs to their bloodline, and as they can see, her eyes are the same as Rosalind's. So, he is no doubt that she is Christian's daughter. He thanks Duke Valencia for taking care of his niece. If this child is indeed Rosalind's daughter, the Emperor would want to know if she is a saint. Duke Orisha doesn't try to find the saint, he just wants the girl back in her home. Rosaria doesn't like this. The story doesn't develop the same way as in the book. In the original story, the saint chose the Orisha family and was adopted. Rose asks why no one wants to ask her opinion. Simon tried so hard to make sure everything went off without incident. Rosaria doesn't want to go to the uncles, who decided to adopt her into their family so late. It's her life, so she has to make her own decisions. Duke Orisha doesn't like that the child allows herself to say such things. Perhaps Duke Valencia has brainwashed her. Rose yells that her uncle is not to blame for her behavior. Duke Orisha remembers the day when his niece almost died. His child had never been in such danger. In addition, Duke Valencia is single, which means raising the child will be difficult for him. Alexandro wonders if he has finished his tirade. His ears are already ringing from his words. The Emperor thinks it will be a long conversation, so it's better to take Cordelia away. Rosaria asks her uncle to allow her to stay. Alexandro tells her not to worry, he will never lose. Rose of course believes him, but he would have a better chance with her. With one last look at the heated argument between the adults, Rosaria leaves the throne room. A servant leads the young lady into the imperial garden. Even though she called herself Rosaria, the Emperor still called her Cordelia. Will her uncle be able not to lose against the Orisha family, and the Emperor? The crossbow bolt flew an inch from Rosaria's eyes. The blonde-haired boy asks the servant not to worry about little things. Still, the servant asks the young master to be careful of the Emperor's guests. The boy doesn't understand what the problem is, no one is hurt. Rosaria calls the boy a terrible shot. Since she is so sure of herself, the boy suggests she take a better shot. This is the first time Rosaria has held such a thing, but is sure her shot will be better. The knight puts the blade to Rose's neck. He will not allow her to point the weapon at this person. Rosaria believes all lives are worth the same. She gives the boy his crossbow, but he must apologize to her. He almost shot her in the head and must apologize. The boy won't apologize to someone younger than him. He asks how old she is. Rose sees no point in answering him, anyone with eyes can see that she is younger than him. The blonde-haired boy asks which family the girl is from. The servant says the lady is from Valencia's family. Realizing who she is, the blonde boy decides to leave, saying that Yulan has to suffer with someone like her. Rose wonders how he knows Yulan. Of course the blonde boy knows Yulan, he is his brother. So, this rude boy is Yulian's half-brother. The first prince, Caesar von Ortega. He liked the saint too, but he was always behind the boys from the duke's families. That evening, Rosaria was to learn the painful truth. What she had feared had happened. This time, her uncle couldn't win. Rose would like to return to the Valencia mansion, because she is neither the saint, nor the daughter of Rosalind. No matter that Cordelia chose the Orisha family, Rose will take a different path. She wants to be Rosaria von Valencia, living with her uncle in his house. But Duke Orisha is the winner, the Emperor himself has decided so. Rose doesn't want to believe it, her uncle promised he would never lose. Duke Orisha asks Alexandro to keep a distance. By order of the Emperor, he must not speak to Cordelia. However, he will allow them to say goodbye one last time. Duke Orisha gives Rosaria the doll. Servants have dressed up her doll, so it will now look more expensive. Rosaria doesn't understand why everything turned out like this. She was Lady Valencia, and Uncle even called her daughter. So now, she's not his daughter anymore. Alexandro asks Rose not to cry. For him, she will always be his daughter. She has to live in another place, but he promises he'll take her home soon. Now she has to be a good girl, and listen to orisha. But if they hurt her, or do anything suspicious, she has to tell him everything. Duke Orisha thinks Cordelia has said enough goodbyes. The girl screams that her name is Rosaria and he should call her that. Besides, she can walk on her own. Duke Orisha says he understands her feelings, but she is part of their family and they have been looking for her for a long time. Rose doesn't believe a word he says. At night Rosaria is taken to Orisha's castle. At the castle, they are greeted by a silver-haired boy. Duke Orisha introduces the children to each other. This is his son Raoul von Orisha, Rosaria's cousin. And this is Cordelia. He meant to say Rosaria, Christian's daughter. Raoul didn't plan to hide his disgust for this girl. Rosaria had lived in the back alley for a long time, so she could easily understand what he felt for her. His eyes blazed with hatred. The Duke asked Raoul to take the girl to her room. On the way, the girl says her name is Rosaria, and she would appreciate him not calling her by another name. Raoul doesn't mind, he didn't want to call her Cordelia anyway. Rose gets annoyed that he's being so careless with her. Raoul has brought Rosaria to a wonderful room, but if she doesn't like it, he will find her another one. Rose okay with it, she'll be leaving here in a couple of days anyway. Raoul would like to explain to her something. If she's here, the Duke Valencia doesn't need her anymore. Rosaria believes her uncle, he promised he'd take her away. She suggests Raoul to stop talking nonsense, and go to bed. If he has nothing more to say, Rose asks him to leave. Raoul doesn't care. He finds it amusing, that she looks like her doll. A shabby teddy bear in an inappropriate dress. As long as she lives in their house, she has to do whatever they tell her. Rosaria knows that herself, so there's no need to remind her. In the original story, Raoul was willing to give his life for his half-sister. So Rosaria comes to the conclusion, he knows she is not the real Cordelia. At night, Duke Orisha talks to the head butler. They discuss what they should do next. Too many people want to own this child, but it doesn't matter now. Duke Orisha asks the butler to get her blood while she sleeps. The butler is confused, even if he can get the blood without being seen, there will be marks on her arm. The Duke doesn't care, they can blame it on Duke Valencia. Suddenly, Raoul entered the room. He asks the father if this kid is really going to live with them. The Duke reminds his son of good manners. He is upset that Raoul has shown such disrespect for this girl. Raoul apologizes, but still doesn't understand why she has to stay in that room. The Duke orders the butler to leave the room. He knows that his son is not happy to see her, but has she asked him, or complained about something? The Duke asks his son to remove his compassion, this girl doesn't need his help at all. The next day, as the sun was just beginning to rise, someone sneaks up on the sleeping Rosaria. The maid is ordered to draw blood from the child. Her hands are trembling, she doesn't think it's a good idea. Rose asks what she's doing. Rosaria repeats her question, what is the maid doing in her room? The maid says that the lady fell asleep in her dress, so she decided to change it. Then Rose asks where her new clothes, and why the maid is holding her hands behind her back. The maid pretends to keep nothing from her. She will bring her new clothes right away. Rose will go with her, she won't be able to sleep anyway. Well, that white dress suits Rosaria. Simon once said there are no girls her age in Orisha's family. But this room is clearly meant for a girl, and there are plenty of dresses to fit her. Although the Blake house was pretty much the same. The maid was about to leave, but Rosaria stopped her. She wants to know what this is. Rose asks who ordered her to take her blood. The maid says she doesn't know anything, no one ordered her to. Then Rosaria concludes that she herself wanted to take her blood. The maid wants to explain, but Raul enters the room. He asks what's going on. Rose asks why he came. Raul woke up because of the noise in her room, and came to see what the problem was. Rosaria tells him that the maid tried to take her blood, but Raul doesn't understand what the problem is. Suddenly he notices what the girl is wearing. He grabs Rosaria's hand and asks her where she got the clothes. He demands her to take off the clothes, as he suddenly notices the many needle wounds in her arm. Rosaria doesn't understand what's wrong with him. She took this dress in this room. Raul orders the maid to get out of their castle. The maid assures him, it's not her fault. Raul tells her to come up with a better excuse next time. Next he asks Rosaria to give him the syringe. He wants to help her, and sees no reason for her to refuse him. Rosaria doesn't remember asking for his help. She will figure it out without his help. Now she wants him to go back to his room. The butler reports to the Duke that they couldn't draw the child's blood, because she was awake. Besides, Raul intervened, so they had to pay the maid to keep silent and fire her. Duke Orisha doesn't like all this. Of course they managed to get the syringe back, but it's not a pleasant situation. He orders the butler to add sleeping pills to the child's food. It's the safest way to get her blood. Rose screams it's not good, she won't eat it. The new maid doesn't understand what the problem is. The lady hasn't even tasted the food after all. Rose only has to look at the food, to realize it's not good. Alexandro allowed her to turn the table over, if she was served food worse than he gave her. Rose will listen to her uncle, then soon he will take her away. He promised her. The butler reports the lady hasn't eaten food all day. Duke Orisha is angry, they still haven't gotten her blood. He orders the butler to prepare a dinner that the hungry child can't resist. Tonight they're having a family dinner. The Duke tells the children to start eating. Rosaria says she's not hungry. She explains that her uncle told her not to eat anything if the food was worse than he gave her. Her uncle gave her the best food, dresses, and the most beautiful room. Duke Orisha wonders if Duke Valencia really treated her like a daughter. Raul doesn't believe her. If he treated her so well, she wouldn't have those marks on her arm. Duke Orisha asks how she got those marks. Rose yells that it's not her uncle's fault, she had it long before she met him. Also, why the man who called himself her father isn't here. The Duke explains that Christian likes to be alone, he would not feel comfortable eating here. The Duke is glad that the children talk so freely with each other, they must have become friends by now. The children disagree with him, but keep their opinions to themselves. Rose wonders what they think of the story in which Orisha poisoned Valencia to get the East. Raul knows, it wasn't poison, but a spirit. Indeed, it could have been alcoholic drink, as well as poison. Either way, Rosaria considers it despicable. Raul says people of Orisha are proud of this story. Orisha has shown how a battle can be won, without spilling blood. Rose, on the other hand, believes that their ancestor just wasn't sure of a fair win. Of course she doesn't know all the details, but in her opinion, Orisha was simply frightened of Valencia. Duke Orisha takes the glass from Rosaria. He believes she will not like this drink. He asks the servant to bring the lady another drink. Since Duke Valencia has spoiled the lady so much, her steak should be cut into small pieces. Rose asks him not to worry about it, she is 9 years old and can cut her food herself. Raul doesn't believe she can be more than 6 years old. Duke Orisha thinks the most important thing is to gain this girl's trust. That night, no one came to Rosaria's room. The girl continued to stay at the castle of Orisha. One morning she decided to explore the castle. Of course, she continued to be followed by Orisha's servants. Suddenly Rose started running. She tries to hide from the servants by turning corners. Rose has been here for a few days, but never met Christian. It's not like he wants to see his daughter. Rosaria tries to find a place where he can live. She seems to have found an attic. Climbing the stairs she finds a small room. On the floor, she notices someone's hair. It's a rather long silvery hair, maybe it belongs to her so-called father. Probably not, because the hair is too long. Rose wondered who lived in this room. The girl gets scared. What if they've already found Cordelia? Someone is coming up the stairs. Raoul stood in the doorway. Rose is so glad it's just him. Raoul wants to know what she's doing here. Rosaria answers that she was just looking around the castle, his father gave her permission to do so. Raoul punches Rosaria. His eyes glowed with such hatred. Rose remained stunned for a moment, then she asked why he hit her. She pounced on Raoul and started beating him. Rose furious asks why he hates her. What wrong she did that he hates her so much? She didn't want to come to their castle, and live here. Maybe she should die to make him happy. Raoul tells her to stop it. Rosaria warns him, if he touches her again, she will never forgive him. On this day, a doctor from the imperial palace arrives at Orisha castle. The woman is worried about the wound on the girl's cheek. Duke Orisha explains that there was a small fight between the children. They're children, they'll always find something to fight about. Duke Orisha takes his son to speak to him alone. He doesn't understand how the two of them could have run into each other in the attic. He reminds Raoul to keep his emotions under control, and not to give away his true feelings. Raoul apologizes. The Duke regrets not giving her sleeping pills that day. The boy asks what he means, but his father won't answer him. Rose's words hit Duke Orisha so hard, that he couldn't let her drink from that glass. Because then, she would be right. He shouldn't have fallen for it, but that doesn't change anything. He's sure, soon this girl will say that Orisha is better than Valencia. The Duke asks his son not to contact with Rosaria for a while, but to take care of Christian. The doctor says she's finished treating the lady. The girl has wounds on her arms from giving blood repeatedly, but otherwise she is completely well. Orisha asks if this can help them against Duke Valencia. The doctor doesn't see the connection, they don't know exactly when these wounds appeared on her. She will report everything to His Majesty, except for the children's quarrel. The Duke thanks the doctor, and asks Raoul to leave the room. The Duke asks why Rosaria went to the attic. Rose confesses that she was looking for the man who called himself her father. The Duke asks the butler to call Christian. Rose is shocked, they could really just call him. But still, Rose doesn't understand why Raoul did it. Suddenly, she asks what they are hiding in the attic. The Duke says it's a warehouse, there's nothing to hide. Finally Christian arrives. The Duke tells him that his daughter wanted to see him. He suggests Rosaria call him daddy. That's not why Rose wanted to see him. Duke Orisha thinks the girl is just shy. He asks Christian to hug her. Christian hugs his daughter, but it doesn't feel like a family hug. Rose finds his hug so rough and cold. Christian looks like a person who has no feelings at all. The wound on his daughter's cheek didn't evoke any emotion in him. Duke Orisha can't believe what he hears. Duke Valencia stands at the gate of their castle. Is it possible that Duke Valencia found out the child was injured? That girl is so precious to him. Orisha orders that Duke Valencia not be allowed into the castle. Just ignoring him is the best option, he won't be able to take this child away from them. The maids at castle complain that Duke Valencia has been coming here for days. However, he does nothing but stand outside the gate until midnight. Rosaria knows that her uncle has come to take her away, but she is not allowed to go outside. Rose is determined to leave Orisha Castle today. When everyone has already gone to bed, the little girl leaves the castle she doesn't like so much. The last obstacle in Rosaria's way was a rather long staircase. When she comes down, she can meet her uncle. Rose believes that he is the only person who will always be at her side. So the next time she meets him, she'll call him Dad. But unfortunately for Rosaria, her wish was not to come true today. Someone asks if she's going to see the Duke of Valencia. Raoul and Christian walk towards her. Rosaria knows they will not let her leave, but it's too late to retreat. She confesses that she is going to him, and they can't stop her. Raoul doesn't mind, she can go if she wants. He's not going to stop her. Rose planned to defend herself, but it looks like he's not joking. Raoul believes when she leaves, the real Cordelia will return. The clothes she wears, and the room she lives in, all belong to his cousin. Raoul reproaches Rosaria for stealing all this from miserable Cordelia. Rose doesn't feel guilty, she didn't steal anything and never considered it hers. Rosaria finds it amusing that he thinks she has a wonderful life. Unlike him, she couldn't sleep in a cozy place or eat delicious food. All she wanted in those days was to live. The only luxury in her life was to choose Valencia. Rosaria asks if he considers the jewelry he wears, the food he eats a luxury. Someone like him could never understand her, so Rosaria is really happy. She's happy to know that she's not part of a family of such evil people. Raoul pounces on Rosaria. In confusion, Rose takes a step back.
Still and silent, calm before the storm, gold and diamond, jewels behind the throne, into the night, out of the dark, take to the sky, chasing the stars, all that we said, all that we are, waiting to fly, this is the start. Hide and seek, reason and rhyme, grand and glorious, living the dream, yours and mine, euphoria.
The next morning was quite noisy at Castle Orisha. Raoul would like to talk to the father about the child. The Duke asks him not to worry, doctors say she is in a stable condition. Raoul thinks it's all because of him. Duke doesn't understand what his son is talking about. The child was walking alone in the house, slipped and fell on her own. Duke Orisha doubts that the child will be able to wake up. Perhaps it would be better for them if she didn't wake up at all, then they can protect Orisha's pride and convince everyone that those needle marks were left on her by Duke Valencia. Raoul doesn't understand this, his father always taught him to be kind and fair. The Duke thinks that in some situations they need to break the rules. In any case, Raoul wants to take care of the girl. Christian was broken, so now he has a lot of free time. The Duke agrees with him. The older brother takes care of his sister. It would be nice if the others knew about it. I feel so sorry for Rosaria. Why the author wants to kill her so badly. Well, I guess that's the only way to move Rosaria to this place. Rose doesn't like coming here anymore. Almost immediately, she was spotted by ghosts. One of them tries to chase Rosaria as she runs away. The child tries to explain to him that she didn't rewrite that book. Quite unexpectedly, Rose runs into a person. She apologizes and continues to run away from the angry ghost. The man asks the ghost to stop frightening the guest. This kid is not the one they are looking for. She's the one who opened the door with the key, she didn't do anything wrong. The mysterious man asks if this is the first time she's seen him. Rosaria has never seen him before. Then the man introduces himself as the guardian and gatekeeper of the place. He apologizes to the girl for being rude. Someone rewrote the contents of an important book. The guardian tells Rosaria that she is in a library where everything is recorded. The library is called Akasha. Rose has heard that word before, it's the name of the congregation. The guardian tells her that she didn't just come here. Her life was in danger, so the key reacted and helped her survive. Rose doesn't quite understand what's going on. She just fell down the stairs and ended up in the stream. The guardian says it's not a dream at all. He says a few words and a light literally envelops Rosaria's body. The light is so warm, Rose's body feels lighter than ever. The guard explains that he used the song to heal her body. She has the power to do the same. Some unstoppable force takes Rosaria from this place. The guard explains that she can't handle the power yet, so she can't stay here for long. He hopes that the next time they meet, She'll grow up. Rose asks for his name. The guard says his name is Sotos. Rosaria thinks she has heard that name before, but can't remember. Raul is still standing over the sleeping Rosaria. He says that he has hated her from the beginning, and his feelings have never changed. Such evil and dirty child can't be of the same blood as him. When he couldn't catch her, it was a mistake. However, Raul doesn't want to believe it was his mistake. It was her own fault. When Raul left her room, Rosaria finally opened her eyes. It really wasn't a dream because Rose feels refreshed. But she again forgot what was going on in that strange place. In any case, she has to leave that horrible castle. Rose looks around the corner. Making sure no one is around, she continues her escape. This way Rosaria managed to get to the stairs. Looks like Rosaria has developed another phobia. Someone's screaming that the princess is missing, then Duke Orisha orders to find her. Realizing it's time to hide, the child hides behind the first door. Entering the empty room, Rosaria feels relieved, but there seems to be someone in the room. When she saw Christian without a head, she almost screamed in fear. So, it wasn't just her imagination. Christian really is a robot. Rose noticed a huge jewel inside him. Suddenly someone entered the room. Two men are discussing that someone has broken into their castle. Duke Orisha is not surprised. It must have been Duke Valencia who acted after hearing that the child was injured. The butler also informs them that they have received a letter from Fordner. Duke Orisha will open it later, he has more important things to do now. When Rosaria heard the door close, she was about to come out of hiding. But she remembered Lorenzo's words. Hunter always waits for his prey to drop his guard. The hunter waits for the moment to attack. Duke Orisha was still in the room. He was looking at the robot Christian. After saying that Christian had changed a lot, Duke Orisha finally left the room. On the table, Rosaria noticed the letter left behind. The sender's name was Fordner. Rose had definitely heard that last name, she just needed to remember. Daniel Fordner. The boy who cut the rope to the alicorns, and gave them some kind of drug. Fordner must have been behind someone more powerful. Turns out, that person was Duke Orisha. Rose finds that hard to believe. Why the person who wanted to adopt her, would try to kill her. Anyway, she needs to take this letter with her. Rosaria wants to leave this place, but there are voices of people outside the door. She mustn't get caught by Duke Orisha, who tried to kill her. Rose doesn't want to see Raul who pushed her. All of them Rosaria hates. The only way out of here is through the window. But that's too much for a little girl afraid of heights. Rose tries to convince herself that she's strong, and can handle it. She needs to go home. Suddenly Rosaria notices the familiar mechanical bird. The voice of someone dear to Rose calling her. Yulan is really happy to see her after so long. He asks if Rosaria wants to get out of this place. Then, she has to jump down. Yulan asks her not to worry, he will catch her. But Rose is worried. What if he gets sick again because of her? Yulan says he never got sick because of her. He asks her to trust him again. They can do it together. Rose asks how Yulan is feeling, if she has broken his bones. Yulan answers that he's fine. Rose asks what he is doing here, it must be all because of Uncle Lorenzo. Yulan says that his father was the first to break promise, so he must understand the aftermath. He asks what happened to her face. Oh, it's because she got hit. Yulan asks who gave her so many wounds. Rosaria answers it was Raul. he pushed her downstairs. Rose asks Yulan not to worry, it's not as painful as it looks. She's perfectly fine now. Yulan doesn't understand why wherever Rosaria goes, she is always getting hurt. Rose realizes that Yulan has been holding her hand the whole time. She asks if he thinks she's dirty. Yulan doesn't know who told her that foolishness, but he never thought so. Rosaria yells that they are in trouble. Here comes Orisha's man. Yulan says it's okay, he's on their side. After a while, the man takes them to the Duke of Valencia. As soon as Alexandro noticed Rose, he immediately began to berate Orisha. What did he do to his daughter, that she looks like this? The first word Rosaria said when they met, was Dad. She missed her dad very much. Alexandro was speechless and didn't say anything. Then Rose told him that she did everything he told her to do. She didn't listen to the white-haired guys and didn't eat their food. Alexandro is really happy. He will listen her story on the way home. So, after the plan to save Rosaria ended successfully, the Valencia family went home. On the way, Rosaria gives everyone gifts. The bird for Yulan, the letter and the gem for Alexandro. Rosaria also tells them that Christian is actually a robot. Alexandro asks how she found out. It was simple, his head separated from his body, and Rosaria found this gem inside him. This letter was sent by the boy's father who drugged Bingy. Alexandro praises Rosaria, but hopes she won't have to hurt like that again. When they arrive at the Valencia mansion, Lorenzo has already met them. Lorenzo is shocked that Rose is so bandaged, she looks like a mummy. Rosaria says that she is not a mummy at all. Lorenzo wants to check it, to make sure she's not a mummy. There's also one thing he'd like to tell her. But that's later. There are some people who would like to see her. Emma welcomes the lady to her home. Yeah, Rosaria finally came home. Lorenzo removes Rosaria's bandages, saying that the wound on her cheek will soon heal too. Everyone wants to know what happened to her. Rose just fell down the stairs. Lorenzo is shocked that Orisha Castle has such dangerous stairs. Yulan says she was thrown down by Raoul von Orisha. In any case, Rosaria asks what Lorenzo wanted to tell her. Lorenzo tells her that he put a visual stone in her doll. This stone recorded fragments and video, so they could catch Orisha. Lorenzo asks if Orisha hurt her. Rose says he did. Now they can prove that Orisha shouldn't be her family, but there is one problem. The visual stone has increased in size due to accumulated fragments. She must have noticed that the doll got a lot heavier. Now, to get the gem, they will have to cut the toy open. So if she doesn't want to do that, Rosaria doesn't see it as a problem, they can do whatever they need to do. She's 9 years old now. At this age, kids stop playing with toys. Lorenzo thinks Rosaria has grown up a lot. Although he would prefer her to be a child a little longer. The next day Duke Valencia summoned the Emperor's family. Alexandro and Yulan went to the Emperor's palace. They provided the Emperor with proof of the bad treatment of Rosaria by the Orisha family. The Emperor thinks their story is too long, he needs to take a break. Duke Orisha is furious, if not for the second prince, His Majesty wouldn't have listened to the whole story. The conversations were so noisy, that Raoul asked his father to let him go get some fresh air. Yulan would like to address Raoul von Orisha. Is it true that he slapped Rosaria on the cheek, and pushed her down the stairs? Raoul doesn't know what answer to that. Yulan says that Raoul should be grateful to his bloodline. If he wasn't Orisha, Yulan would have cut off his wrist. Prince Yulan von Ortega, who was born with the curse, and weak health. People believe that because of his bloodline, he will never know sorrow. Raoul asks what does he care about this kid. He acts like she's his little sis. Yulan tells him to keep quiet, if he doesn't want to lose his hand. Raoul can't understand why Yulan thinks this girl is his sister. She's not even of the same blood as him. Raoul can't help but hate her, and doesn't consider her part of his family. Yulan finds him disgusting. He doesn't care what he thinks about Rosaria. Raoul wanted to yell at him, but someone interrupted him. The first prince is surprised that someone had time to meet Yulan before him. Raoul introduces himself. Caesar replies that he met his parents a little earlier. Now he wants to chat with Yulan, so he asks Raoul to stay out of their way. Well, the rumors were true. The first prince really considers Yulan a sibling. But even more surprising to Raoul was Yulian's behavior. How he can smile knowing that he was supposed to be the first prince. Caesar and Yulan went for a walk in the garden. There Caesar told Yulan that he had already met this little girl. Caesar talks about the girl who came with the Duke of Valencia, but he has forgotten her name. Yulan reminds him that her name is Rosaria. Caesar thinks that Yulan should not talk to this obnoxious girl, if he wants to get well someday. Yulan asks his brother to be careful with his words. Caesar doesn't understand what the problem is. Yulan asks what he would do, if someone insulted his brother. Caesar can't believe that someone would insult such a good boy. Anyway, he would have retaliated for him. So Yulan asks his brother not to offend Rosaria, she is part of the Valencia family. Caesar apologizes. He thinks his brother is too kind. Raoul's words were familiar to Yulan. When his mother died, his stepmother and half-brother filled the void in his soul. But Yulan still hated them, and probably hates them now. Emma tells Rosaria that the Duke and the young master have returned. Rose is already hurrying to meet them. Before leaving her room, Rosaria looks at her tattooed teddy bear. Mia and Dorsey worked very hard to make it beautiful. But that's all they got. Rosaria thanks them, her teddy bear is back with her. But now she must let him go. Rose wishes him a good dream. The girl goes to meet people who really precious to her. Rose welcomes her dad. Rose welcomes the bread. Alexandro finds it strange, his daughter is more happy with the bread than with them. He asks if she has had dinner. Rose hasn't eaten yet, but wants your likes on the video. If that's the case, Alexandro will give her the puffs after you like it, and she has dinner. Yulan offers Rosaria his puff. She can eat it before dinner. Rose thanks Yulan, he is a real angel. While the young lady eats her cream puff, Alexandro reminds Yulan to remember what they were talking about. Yulan answers that it's okay, he remembers. Alexandro considers it lucky that Prince Orisha didn't tell anything to his father. However, this is unusual behavior for Yulan. Perhaps it's because of the curse, but Yulan has begun to take reckless actions. Rose wonders if they have returned as winners. They did, they took a good revenge on Orisha. Rosaria apologizes to her dad, for his having to stand at the castle gates for days. Alexandro will do anything for her. Besides, they made a good deal with the emperor. Yulan explains that now he and his father have obligations that they must fulfill. Rose is a little worried, but for Yulan the most important thing is that she is home now. That night at Orisha Castle. Duke Orisha is angrier than ever. As soon as he finds out that Fordner's letter is missing, he immediately took care of their lives. So he was able to frame the letter as a forgery. However, the child found the magic stone that forced him to sell their mine. It's a big blow to the Orisha family's pride. All because of some kid. Cordelia had warned him before. Not to rush things. The Duke thinks it's also her fault. She promised him there would be no problems. Cordelia doesn't see any problems. All is well, as long as that kid goes against his destiny. Duke Orisha is not satisfied with her calmness, things are far from good. The imperial family has taken that machine away from them. Now the Duke needs to find the magic stone. Cordelia sees no point in looking for it. If he hasn't found it yet, then it was stolen. Duke Orisha doesn't understand why everything has happened, even the emperor has sided with Valencia. Cordelia asks him to calm down, everything goes according to plan. Duke Valencia has always been in her way. More important is the second prince, Yulan von Ortega. Cordelia feels like she made every effort to finish his story much sooner. but he still causes problems. Duke Orisha asks her when he can get into the library. Even if he can't change the text of the book, at least he will know the future. Cordelia reminds him that she is a criminal. She asks if he got the kid's blood. The Duke took her blood while she slept. The girl thinks it's enough to open the door to the library. Cordelia thanks her dad for his trust. She will not disappoint him anymore, and will do as he wishes. At Valencia estate, Lorenzo and Rosaria were playing airplane. Rose asks him to spin her higher and faster. She didn't think Uncle Lorenzo was so weak. Lorenzo says he is not tired, but he is worried that she will get dizzy. Rose asks him to continue, she never gets dizzy. Uncle Lorenzo was right after all. Rosaria asks him what he learned about the gem she brought. Several days have passed, but Lorenzo has not been able to find out the nature of the gem. He thinks it might contain someone's soul. In that case, someone could possess the power of this gem. Rosaria asks Lorenzo to explain what he means. Lorenzo doesn't even know, it's his theory. The others will probably think he's crazy. Rosaria seems like she's not like normal kids. Perhaps she's not 8, or even 9 years old. Sometimes she feels like she's 20, or even older. Someone asks her what she just said. Alexandro seemed concerned by Rosaria's words. Rose didn't expect someone to hear her thoughts. Look at those innocent eyes, can such a pretty girl hide some terrible secret? That night, Alexandro called Emma to discuss what Rosaria had said. According to her, she's not 8 years old, but much older. Emma asks the Duke not to worry. Rosaria just wants to seem older, so she keeps saying she is 9. Alexandro knows this, but it wasn't like the words of a child. Today Rosaria said she might be 20. It sounds strange, but Rose is not like her peers. Emma agrees with him. Sometimes the young lady talks mature things. Children are greatly influenced by their parents and teachers. Alexandro asks them to call Simon. Simon was a little surprised at such a late meeting. Alexandro asks him how Rosaria's education is progressing. Simon thinks she is progressing very fast. Since she can already read, there are no problems in learning. Alexandro is surprised, he thought it was Simon who taught her the letters. Simon thinks that the Duke overestimates his abilities. Rosaria is far from being the most obedient child, so teaching her to read would be difficult. Wait a second, where did she learn to read? Maybe in the back alley. Alexandro thinks she might have been taught to read in an orphanage. But she was too small then. The only other possibility, his daughter is a genius. Lorenzo agrees with him, Rosaria is a genius, that explains everything. Alexandro would like to believe this, but Rosaria's story was confusing from the beginning. According to the last theory, after Rosalind was killed, her daughter was kidnapped. When Alexandro first met Rosaria, she assured him that she had no mother. He can't understand why she was sure of that. The next day in the library of the Valencia mansion, Rosaria is looking for a book that describes the possession. One of the books described magic and divine power. It says that such power is only available to a chosen one. Boring. Rose already knows that. So the little girl goes to the person who knows everything. Rose asks if Daddy's busy. Alexandro asks her to wait a bit, he will soon be done with his work. Rose doesn't want to distract him, so she will come back later. Alexandro manages to persuade her to stay, promising her cookies. While Rosaria waits for the cookies, she notices some interesting books. The Right Way to Raise a Child, a guide for good parents. Alexandro quickly says those books are not his, they belong to a past duke. Rose concludes that grandfather was a good man. Actually, she's looking for a book about possession. She wonders how to put a soul into another body. Alexandro says she can ask Lorenzo, he must know something about it. Rosaria wonders what Uncle Lorenzo actually does. Alexandro doesn't know exactly, but he left Valencia Castle, so now he's not a noble. Lorenzo has certainly caused a lot of accidents, but he left the family in good faith. saying he didn't want to get involved in inheritance issues. Alexandro decided to personally escort Rosaria to Lorenzo. While they are walking, Rose calls him Dad. Alexandro stops, but doesn't say anything. He doesn't even turn around to look at his daughter. Rosaria asks why he doesn't like her calling him Daddy. He calls her daughter. Why can't she call him Dad? Alexandro doesn't understand why she thought he didn't like it. Because when she calls him Dad, he always avoids her eyes. Rose has never had a family before, so she doesn't understand what's wrong. Until he tells her what to do, she won't understand it. The people around her are so different from her. She doesn't understand a lot of things, and she must have made a lot of mistakes. So, if he wants her to call him uncle like before, she will. Alexandro assures her, she hasn't made a single mistake since she came to this mansion. He would like to talk to her about it. Alexandro knows a beautiful place that he has wanted to show her for a long time. They come to a beautiful greenhouse, where many flowers grow. Alexandro built this greenhouse as soon as he became the Duke. He made it for one woman, so she could admire the roses all year round. When he said he would give her a spring, she laughed merrily. But she never got to see this place, because she left this world early. Alexandro didn't know what else to say, he just wanted to be a good father to Rosaria. He says that the Valencia family punishes anyone who decides to insult them, or betray them. Not a single person has escaped punishment from Valencia. Except for one woman. When Alexandro found out that she was carrying another man's child, he felt so miserable. He tried not to show it to anyone. But when that child wanted to be part of his family, Alexandro was really happy. He tells Rosaria that he wouldn't have held her, if she had chosen orisha. Now when she calls him Daddy, he doesn't know what to do. Just as Rosaria has never had a father before, Alexandro has never had a daughter. Rosaria asks if he is reacting this way, not because he hates her. Alexandro says it's not true, he loves her. When Rosaria grows up, she wants to be like her dad. If Daddy needs time to get used to having a daughter, Rose is willing to wait. After this, Daddy and daughter started looking at the greenhouse. Alexandro would like to ask her where she learned to read. Rose never learned, she thought everyone could read. Alexandro knew it, his daughter is a genius. Maybe that's why she thinks she's 20 years old. Rosaria doesn't know. Somehow, she read the book of the future, but she doesn't know how. Alexandro asks if she wants to tell him something. Seeing that his daughter is silent, he shows her the pendant. It's the same pendant that Rosaria wanted to steal the first time they met. Alexandro knows that there are things that people keep to ourselves. One day, the owner of this hair came to him. She asked him to protect her daughter no matter what happened. Rosaria has the same eyes, and the same silver hair as orisha. In his opinion, she is the daughter of that woman. Rose has already told him, she doesn't have a mother. Alexandro tells her that children are not born alone. So he asks her not to say that, her biological parents will be upset. Rose doesn't care, probably her parents didn't want her, so they abandoned her. Alexandro asks her not to jump to conclusions, it's a bad habit. After all, she wants to have parents, that's why she chose him. Rose doesn't know what to say. Having a dad like Alexandro is cool. He always listened to her, no matter what silly things she said. Now he even shared a secret with her. If she tells him everything, he won't laugh at her. Rose says he's wrong, she's not that woman's daughter. She knows that, because she read it in the book. This book had Alexandro, Yulan, and even her. This book described how she would die. Alexandro asks her to wait a second. How could she read a book about her death? Then, who could have killed her? Rosaria says he's the one who killed her. Dad killed her because she was useless to him. Alexandro asks where she found this book. Who dared to write that book and then show it to her? Rose doesn't know. Alexandro believes she must know something. Rosaria screams that she doesn't know who wrote it. She can't remember anything at all. But so far everything is going according to the book. When the woman's real daughter shows up, Alexandro tries to kidnap her, but by mistake, he catches her and then kills her. Alexandro doesn't understand. The one she calls real daughter, still hasn't shown up. Rose knows it. It's all because of her. The day he met her, he was supposed to meet another girl. Rosaria knew that, but she still decided to go with him. Rose apologizes for tricking him. She's not a good kid. Alexandro finds all of this strange, why she thinks there is truth in that book. Rose asked Uncle Lorenzo to find the real Cordelia, but he found no trace of her existence. But otherwise, everything goes according to the book. Alexandro asks if she really thinks he will kill her even now. Rose doesn't think so, but she doesn't want to disappoint him in the future. If she breaks his heart, she can never be happy again. In any case, Rosaria seems to have read the book before she was born. She just can't be 8 years old, she definitely has to be older. She's probably even older than her dad. Alexandro thinks about how hard it must have been, for such little girl to carry this burden. She didn't tell anyone about it, caring about adult feelings. Even now she takes care of him, trying to make her face happy. Alexandro asks Rosaria to listen to him. Even if a girl claiming to be Rosalind's daughter shows up, he will never abandon her. The book she was reading didn't say he was adopting her. So the reality is different from what she read in that book. No matter what happens, she'll always be his daughter, and he will never be disappointed in her. Alexandro swears, what was written in the book will never happen. Alexandro feels guilty for not talking to Rosaria earlier. He doesn't know if Rosaria will forgive him one day. Rose wants to give him a lock of her hair. As she realized, that's what people do when they take an oath. Alexandro says it's not necessary. If she likes this place, she can come here whenever she wants. This place was created to give love and warmth. If a little girl like her looks after the flowers, they will grow even better. While Rosaria tries to find the blue rose, Alexandro remembers the Library of the Gods. This library holds the past, present and future. However, only saints can enter this place. If Rosaria has been to this place, it could explain all the strange things about her. If Rosalind's so-called daughter exists, Alexandro needs to find out about it. Lorenzo is pleasantly surprised that Rose dropped in on him. Did she come to play with her uncle? Alexandro reminds his brother that he is here too. Rose is looking for a book about possession, maybe he would lend it to her. Lorenzo asks her to wait a bit, he will try to find the book in this mess. While Rosaria is looking where her uncle lives, Lorenzo asks his brother what is going on. Alexandro says it's a long story. Rose thinks someone has possessed her, so she looks for the book. Lorenzo is surprised by this. According to him, Rosaria has not been possessed. If the age of body and soul don't match, then there are inconsistencies in the actions of such person. But Rose seems like a normal child. Alexandro has to explain that Rosaria seems to have read the book of the future. Rose asks what they do. They promised her to find the book, not talk about stuff. Lorenzo tries to pretend that he is diligently looking for her book. Rosaria doesn't believe him. Lorenzo says he will bring her the book as soon as he finds it. Rosaria doesn't care, she will stare at him until he finds it. After they find the book, they decide to escort Rosaria to her room. Lorenzo asks if his brother is going to the hunting festival. Alexandro declines an invitation. Lorenzo doesn't think it's a good idea. Sooner or later Rose will be an adult, so she needs to socialize. Alexandro believes that Rosaria is too young for hunting. Lorenzo reminds his brother that he caught a bear, when he was the same age as Rosaria. Alexandro says it's a lie. Their sister Ingrid caught a bear when she was 8, Alexandro caught a bear at 9. Rose wondered, when Uncle Lorenzo caught his first bear. Lorenzo didn't catch any. He thinks he is too weak to catch a big bear. But if Rosaria calls him daddy, just once, he will definitely get stronger. Rose asks him to stop talking nonsense. If he wants someone to call him dad, he should make a child. Lorenzo doesn't think it's a good idea. Wife and children are big responsibilities. Besides, he's taken a vow of chastity. Rose asks what that is. In short, Lorenzo should not have a wife or lover. Lorenzo has made this promise to his sister Ingrid, and plans to keep it. Alexandro asks him to stop talking about it. Lorenzo doesn't see it as a problem. If Yulan knows about it, so Rosaria can too. Lorenzo asks his brother not to worry, he hasn't told anyone except family. But this is not certain. Lorenzo doesn't remember exactly. Rosaria asks why he made such a strange vow. Lorenzo explains that high society is very obsessed with bloodlines, especially the families of the duchies, as they are blessed with unique magic. Ingrid wanted their family tree to remain simple. As far as Rosaria knows, Yulan's mother was killed because of the love between the emperor and the current empress. Rose asks what kind of person their sister was. Lorenzo says she was a remarkable person. She was perfect both on the battlefield and in politics. In those days, her name alone struck fear in people. Everyone was sure she would be the head of the Valencia family. Lorenzo seems to think that Ingrid wanted to become empress, because of an unspoken rule in the empire. No one from a duchy family should become empress because of a curse. No matter what, their sister wanted to ascend to the throne. In the end, she succeeded. Ingrid was the person who made the impossible possible. Lorenzo felt sorry for Yulan. He ended up in the shadow of his parents. His mother left this world becoming a legend. Lorenzo is sure his brother knows what he's talking about. Alexandro thinks Lorenzo is too chatty today. When Rosaria was in her golden room, she began to think about what she had heard. She didn't really understand what the two were talking about. But she realized that Ingrid and her dad caught a bear at her age. Everyone in the Valencia family is so incredible. Rosaria can't continue to live like this anymore. Emma tells the young lady that Lord Yulan has come to see her. It was a warm fall day in the Duchy of Valencia. Yulan asked Rosaria to go on a picnic together. Rose agreed. He was her only friend, and the only child besides her at Valencia Mansion. Rose asks if Yulan caught a bear. Yulan can't remember exactly, but he probably did. Rosaria only now remembered, Yulan can't control herself during the curse. She heard that Yulan was allowed to kill animals, to avoid killing people. Yulan asks if she needs the bear skin. She had told him before that she didn't like winter, so maybe that's the reason. Rose is surprised that he remembered her words. Now Rosaria knows that Yulan has also caught a bear. If she catches her own bear, she will become a real member of the Valencia family. No one has told her that she is not a real member, but she is worried that she has not done what the others have done. Rose asks Yulan if she will meet a bear at the hunting festival. Yulan doesn't know, but he knows that only those who are 15 years old participate in the hunt. Rosaria has made a decision, she will catch a bear just like her dad. Yulan understands from Rosaria's face, that she is not just going to watch the hunting festival. Rosaria will have a serious conversation with her dad. She wants to participate in the hunt. Alexandro immediately agrees. If she wants to participate, then that's what they will do. This festival is hosted by the imperial family, so it will be safe. From the next day, Rose was taught how to use a sword. Her mentor says they will start with a wooden sword, until she learns the basic skills. Rosaria is ready to start. As the little girl swings the sword, the knights marvel at her cuteness. Mentor can't believe such a little girl decided to catch a bear. However, he will teach her properly, and maybe she can catch a rabbit. Rosaria continued to swing her sword every morning. During a break, Yulan came to visit her to treat her to some cookies. Rose finds Yulian's cookies amazing. Rosaria tells Yulan how hard she is training. She will have a real sparring partner today, so Yulan may have a look at that. Rose notices that her tooth is loose. When it falls out, she will look silly. When Yulan lost his front tooth, Uncle Lorenzo laughed at him for a long time. Even if he didn't open his mouth. Rose understood, she would avoid Lorenzo when this happened. Yulan asked if she planned to catch a bear. Rose will do it, she wants to be like her dad. Yulan understands her feelings, at one time he wanted to be like his mom. Rosaria says that his mom must have been nice. She hasn't seen her once, but she's sure of it. She loves her dad a lot, so she wants to be like him. If Yulan loves his mom, that means she was a nice person. Mentor invites the lady to come back, the break is over. Rose asks what this is. The mentor explains that it's her sparring partner. Rosaria finds it extremely small. How will she hunt a big bear? By sparring with it. The mentor says it's right to spar with someone her own size. If she wants someone bigger, she needs to grow up first. Rosaria had to face a harsh reality. After the training, Rosaria went home in a downcast mood. Rose thinks it's unfair, why she's so small. She tells Yulan that she wants to be as tall as him. No, she wants to be tall like her dad, then no one will look down on her. Yulan can't imagine anyone looking down on the Duke of Valencia. Rosaria suddenly sat down. She has thought of something. She needs Yulan's help to do that. Rosaria found a tall tree, and leaned against it. She asks Yulan to put a mark how tall she is. To do this, she gives him a stone she found on the road. Now, Rosaria asks Yulan to lean against the tree. She wants to see how much taller he is than she. Rosaria has to stand on the stone to make the mark. Yulan thinks Rosaria is so cute. Yulan blushed at his thoughts. Rose is his precious sister, he can't think of her like that. After the work was done, the children looked at the marks on the tree. Rosaria suggests that they measure themselves again in 10 years. In 10 years, she will definitely be taller than him. Yulan doesn't know if he will be alive in 10 years, but he likes the idea. Rose asks him to make her promise. Looking forward to a bright future, the children made a promise to each other. No matter what happens, they will meet at the same spot in 10 years. One sunny morning, Duke Valencia and his daughter were on their way to the hunting festival. Emma wishes the young lady a good time. Rose asks her not to worry. She will catch one bear and return home. She also asks Yulan not to be sick, and to wait for her arrival. Lorenzo would like Rosaria to say goodbye to him too, but Rose ignores him. So, father and daughter go to the hunting festival. On the way, Rosaria checks her wobbly tooth. Alexandro wonders if she really wants to catch a bear. He explains to her that she is too young for that, this time she will only watch. Also, today she'll meet the Holy Father, he's the head of the congregation. The Holy Father has been waiting to meet Rosaria for a long time. Rose doesn't want to meet him if he also believes she is a saint. Alexandro tells her not to worry, the Holy Father should keep a distance from her. Any priest who wants to talk to her, must first ask Alexandro's permission. The camp was full of people preparing for the hunting festival. People were surprised to see the Valencia family. They began to discuss rumors that Duke Valencia was abusing his adopted daughter. Rose asks Daddy where the bears are. Alexandro explains that the bears live in the forest, and gives macaroons to his daughter. Some people think, maybe the rumors were false. When Rosaria was walking around the camp, she noticed the girls giving handkerchiefs to the boys. She tells her dad she wants a handkerchief too. Rose doesn't know who to give it, but she thinks it's the right thing to do. A golden butterfly flew near Rosaria. It seemed so beautiful that Rose wanted to touch it. Alexandro stops her, telling her not to touch it. It's a mechanical butterfly belonging to the Holy Father. Alexandro thinks he should tell Rosaria more about him. The first thing she needs to know is that the Holy Father is not human. Some even believe he's immortal. But in reality, when the Holy Father turns 100, he dies. The congregation chooses a boy to become the next Holy Father. The boy is then placed in a tree, called an angel egg. After 3 days, the boy is given the appearance and memories of the first Holy Father. Rose wonders what happens to the original boy. Alexandro doesn't know how to explain it to her. The original boy disappears from this world. The Holy Father is now almost 100 years old, so it's difficult for him to use divine power. A few years ago, he placed his power in mechanical creatures. Anyone who touches them will feel extreme pain and lose consciousness. Rosaria seems to have found the Holy Father, but why is he so small? It's because the Holy Father's body retains the appearance of a 10-year-old child. But Alexandro asks Rosaria not to let her guard down. This kid is not human. Someone approached Alexandro. The red-haired woman was approaching the Valencia family. She is Duchess Petrus from the family of the Red Knight. She can't believe that Alexandro has finally decided to participate in the hunt. Alexandro disappointed her, by saying he would only watch. Duchess Petrus wonders what the child orisha is doing here. She likes the way this kid looks at her bravely, maybe she's Ingrid's daughter. Alexandro says this child is his daughter. The Duchess finds it strange that this girl has silver hair, but she likes this kid. The Duchess can't believe the Valencia family has such a soft little girl. Alexandro wonders why the Duchess is here. As far as he remembers, she's not allowed to go near this area. The Duchess explains that her son wanted to participate in the hunt. She has to keep an eye on him to make sure Edmund doesn't make trouble for others. She herself doesn't like the idea. Wherever her son goes, he makes a mess. Alexandro suggested she keep an eye on her son, instead of talking to him here. Suddenly they heard some noise and shouting. The mother immediately realized that her son must be somewhere nearby. Closer to where the noise was, they smelled burnt meat. People looked fearfully at the red-haired boy with the sword. They could only hope that what was under his foot was not human. Duchess Petrus asks who her son caught. Edmund bragged to his mother that he had caught a running deer. Edmund noticed Rosaria, who was hiding behind her father. She asks Dad to go back to the tents. Edmund started to run to her, but Mom stopped him. The first thing they need to do is to take care of his caught deer. Rosaria doesn't want to meet Edmund again. It would be nice if he lived with his mother for the rest of his life. The Valencia family was surrounded by many ladies. They found the Duke's daughter so cute. In their opinion, Alexandro must be happy to have such a beautiful daughter. Alexandro had no choice but to agree with them. The women asked Rosaria to eat various sweets and admired her cuteness. Rose realized that her dad is very popular in these circles. She decided to run away while he is not looking at her. Alexandro wonders where she is going. Rose ate too much and wanted to go for a walk. Alexandro goes with her for her protection. Rosaria asks him to stay. There are knights everywhere, she will be safe. He should let her go, if he doesn't want to become like Uncle Lorenzo. It was a hard blow for Alexandro. In his opinion, he is nothing like his brother. Rosaria walked away from the camp and sat down at the forest edge. She was able to watch her dad from a distance. Someone covered Rosaria's mouth, so she wouldn't scream. She felt like this had happened before. Blake tells her not to scream, it's just him. Rose asks what he's doing here. Blake ran away from home so he could go to the hunting festival. The girl finds his story interesting, but why did he come here? Blake came because he wanted to meet her. Rosaria doesn't remember hiring him as a guardian. Blake reminds her that he promised they would meet again. Rose doesn't remember that, if only. Well, he really did say that. Anyway, Rose has to kick him in the groin, that's what Emma and Dad told her. Alexandro loudly calls out to Rosaria. The girl immediately ran to him, but Blake stopped her. If she wants, he can show her the bear. Rosaria was surprised that he knew about it, but she promised to look at the bears with her dad. Blake wonders, since when she calls Duke Valencia her dad. He's not even her biological father. Rose doesn't see that as a problem, he's still her dad. She advises Blake to go back to his daddy too, before he begins to worry. Blake would like to be with her without Duke Valencia knowing. Rosaria doesn't want that, the promise she made to Dad is more important than Blake. Blake confesses that he has a problem he can't solve, that's why he ran away from home. If she would be willing to help him, together they could solve this problem. Rosaria suggests him find the answer in the book he carries with him. Blake did not take it with him this time, but he did take something better. It's a gun he borrowed from his father. If Rosaria goes with him, he will give it to her. Rosaria has a strange habit of pointing a weapon at someone's head. Blake says she can't shoot him. Rose wonders why he's so sure of that. Blake explains that the gun shoots magic, so it's scrap metal for her. Rose didn't want to shoot Blake, only to scare him and run away. But since this thing is useless, she gives it to Blake. Alexandro finally found his daughter. But he didn't like the presence of young Lampas near her. Blake warns the Duke not to come closer, or he will shoot Rosaria. Alexandro looked like he was ready to kill Blake right here. Rose tells Dad that everything is fine, he better wait here. She will be back soon. As the children disappear into the woods, Rose asks if Blake is ready for the aftermath. If they come back now, her dad might forgive him. Blake believes that Duke Valencia won't forgive him anyway. The children see a strange and frightening animal they have never seen before. In front of them was a big bear, but with the head of an owl. Rosaria really wanted to see a bear, but not such a weird one. She asks Blake to shoot, maybe he will succeed to stun it. Blake doesn't think he can do it, he's bad at shooting. Running away from the strange bear, Rosaria couldn't understand how such a big beast got so close to the camp. She can't believe that Blake would miss shooting at such a big target. Blake doesn't have much mana, but he can shoot several times. Rose congratulates Blake, now he needs to shoot the leg of the beast, so they can run away. Blake misses his second shot. Rosaria began to berate Blake. Even if she had shot with her eyes closed, she would have shot it. The beast attacked Rosaria, so she could lose not only her eyes but her life. Blake protected her, but set himself up for a hit. When Rose noticed the blood on him, she began to panic. Blake noticed an empty tree. If they get to it before the beast sees them, they can survive. The children reached the empty tree, but Blake's wound was worse than Rosaria thought. Rose asks him not to die, she doesn't want to see people die anymore. The girl bandages Blake's wound with a piece of her dress. In response to Blake's question, Rosaria said that this treatment once helped her dad. Blake believes the animal that attacked them was a female owl bear, a rather rare creature. Also, her leg was injured before they even met her. Someone could have attacked her to bring her closer to the camp. Rose can't believe it. Blake tells her to be quiet, someone is coming towards them. Edmund appears from behind the tree. His face was stained with blood. He asks what they are doing here. Rosaria hopes that Edmund had come to save them, and brought the adults. Unfortunately, that is not the case, Edmund is also lost. He ran away from Miss Petros, and accidentally found them. Edmund fought an owl bear before meeting them. He brags about hunting bear cubs. He wondered why Rosaria was looking at him like that, maybe she wanted a baby bear. Rose says he is the reason for all their troubles. They need adults to help Blake. Edmund understands everything, he just needs to kill the owl bear so they will be safe. Rosaria doesn't understand why he's so stupid. He should also get the blood off his face for safety. Edmund finally notices what condition Blake is in. He plans to help Blake with his magic, so he doesn't die from blood loss. But first Rosaria has to leave. Edmund doesn't want her to faint at the sight of fire. Rose assures him she's fine, he can start. Edmund uses the fire to start cauterizing Blake's wound. Rosaria gives Blake her arm so he can bite it. He got injured because of her, so she should at least give him one arm. I think they could find a stick for Blake instead of her arm. Either way, the kids successfully finished healing Blake. Rosaria as the head of their gang proposes to find the adults. But Blake says it's not necessary. They must leave him alone. Rose is not going to leave him. She won't let him die today. Rosaria tells Blake that he should not give up his life before anyone else. Edmund agrees with her. He goes to see if there are any animals or people around. Blake asks Rosaria to go with him. Edmund will surely get lost if he goes alone. Before leaving, Rosaria promises that she will definitely come back to Blake. Edmund walks at a fairly brisk pace, and Rosaria can't keep up with him even when she runs. Suddenly she tripped on the rock and fell. When she fell, she tore her knees all over. Edmund asks her to cry. He would be interesting to hear her cry. Rose is shocked. What's wrong with this guy? At this point, her front tooth fell out. Rose without her front tooth looks really weird. Edmund started laughing, which embarrassed Rosaria. He finds her really funny without the front tooth. Rosaria continues to berate Edmund for his tactlessness, when Edmund notices that he is suspiciously quiet. Perhaps it's because of his mom. When she is hunting, everyone tries not to make a sound, even people. Rosaria suggests that they go back before they get lost. The first thing Blake asks is what happened to her tooth. Rosaria warns if he starts laughing, she will leave him here alone. Edmund takes Blake on his shoulders, and the trio leave to find the adults. As they walk, Blake tells them that he thought he was going to die in that tree. He wonders if his mother would be upset to hear that. Rosaria asks him to stop talking nonsense. Of course his mother would be upset. Blake believes that to his mother he is already dead. The day Rosaria said she hated him, he wanted to tell her something important. Blake started coughing up blood, which frightened Rosaria. She asks Edmund to hurry. Blake feels very sick. Blake asks them not to worry, he is not as bad as he looks. He would like to tell them the story, while he still can. When he was born, he had a twin brother, but he died soon after. His mother had a hard time accepting this fact, so she stopped recognizing Blake as her child. The only child for his mother is Everett. Blake believes that he should have died with his brother. Rosaria asks if he wants to die. If he really wants to, she will not force him to live and will kill him. However, does he really want that? Blake says he doesn't want to. Rosaria then asks him not to say such things anymore. Also, if someone is in danger, they should not abandon them, but help them. Rose asks if Edmund understood her. She said it for him too. Suddenly there is a terrible howl from behind the children. Rosaria tells Edmund to run, but he's sure he can catch it. Edmund asks them to wait here. Now he is using magic. He rushes fearlessly at the owlbear. Oh no, Edmund loses. Rose tells Blake that it's time to use the gun. If Blake charges the gun with magic, she can hit it while Edmund distracts the beast. Rosaria is not going to give up like Blake. She will do it, because she is Rosaria von Valencia. After the shot, the bear falls to the ground. Rose is surprised at how strong she is. Duchess Petros finally found these cuties. She even recognized her son in the bug lying on the ground. Best mother. Some kid reminds the Duchess that he asked her not to kill the animal. Rosaria saw the Holy Father's face for the first time. However, she had definitely seen this boy before. Could it be Yogi from her dreams? The Holy Father remembers the promise he made to Duke Valencia, but in this situation he will have to forget about it for a while. He touches Blake's wound. Moments later, the Holy Father begins to chant, a warm light enveloping him and Blake. Blake's wound is completely gone in a matter of moments. The Holy Father asks if Princess Valencia needs healing. Rosaria wonders if they have met before. The Holy Father seems surprised, while Alexandro was angry. He didn't remember letting him talk to his daughter. Alexandro asks if Rosaria is hurt. He then notices that she is missing her tooth. Rose asks Dad not to laugh at her. Alexandro notices her skinned knees, and then a bruise from a bite. In his opinion, it is not a bite from an animal, but rather a human. Alexandro knows who could have done it. Rose asks Dad not to scold Blake, she allowed him to do it herself. The Holy Father offers his help in healing, but Alexandro won't let him. He doesn't want the Holy Father to touch his daughter. The Holy Father explains that the child might get scars if he doesn't heal her. He understands the Duke's worries, but still asks him to let him heal the wounds. After a moment of thought, Alexandro allows him to heal Rosaria. The Holy Father began to chant, and all of Rosaria's wounds quickly disappeared. After the healing, the Holy Father wondered if she had received divine healing before. Rosaria had been healed with holy power, but only in her dreams. She can't tell the Holy Father about it. The Holy Father reminds her that she asked if they had met before. He wonders where she has seen someone like him. Rose says she was wrong, she had never seen him before. The Holy Father then wished her good health. Next, the Holy Father went to heal the owlbear. He was glad that Duchess Petros had not killed the animal. Fortunately, the bear cubs are also safe. Parents will do anything to protect their children. The Holy Father asks Edmund not to hunt rare creatures, otherwise he'll be punished by the Queen Owl. But Edmund is sure that any animal is prey, to which the Holy Father had no words to reply, so as not to start swearing. Evening came and the hunting festival was over. Duke Lampus was waiting at the camp to take his son home. Rosaria knew that Blake's father would be worried about him. She advises Blake to come home and not run away again. Blake agrees with her, but when he approached his father, Duke Lampus slapped Blake hard. He scolds his son for taking Princess Valencia as a hostage, and wants Blake to go to Valencia and apologize. Blake bows his head and apologizes. Alexander sees no reason to forgive someone who acts honorably only in front of his father. Rose asks Dad not to be hard on Blake, since he protected her from the beast in the woods. Alexandra reminds her that Blake is the reason why she ended up in danger. Young Lampus got the wound only because of his foolish actions. Some servant runs up to the Duke of Valencia. The servant said something to him that made Alexandro forget about the incident. He tells Rosaria to follow him. They go home. Rosaria begins to worry, perhaps something has happened to Yulan. Alexandro tells her that Lorenzo is in trouble. He has gone missing. A few days earlier at the Valencia mansion, Yulan was sick again and Lorenzo had to take care of him. He thinks his nephew and niece's desire to catch a bear is reckless. Yulan's condition is poor, and Rosaria is too small. Yulan doesn't see this as a problem. He will give her anything she asks for. It's not because Rosaria is his cousin. Rose gave Yulan something he never dreamed of. That's why he wants to support her, and help her. The Valencia family sticks together, and takes revenge on anyone who offended them. Actually, there's one thing Yulan would like to tell Lorenzo. He always thought that his desire to kill his cousin Caesar was normal, but is it normal to want to kill Rosaria? Lorenzo assures Yulan that it's because of the curse, but Yulan is not sure about that. Sometimes he wants to kill Rosaria even when the curse doesn't affect him. At the same time, he feels easy and nice around her. He feels that Rosaria knows him better than anyone else, and sees his true identity. He doesn't know how to describe this feeling. Perhaps Uncle Lorenzo could explain it to him. Lorenzo thinks it's because Rosaria is a saint. Yulan seeks the saint in the hope of healing, but at the same time, he wants to merge with the curse, and get rid of the saint. Lorenzo tells Yulan that he is too young. When he becomes an adult, he will be able to understand his feelings. Immediately afterward, Lorenzo goes to his office. Many thoughts were going through his head. The mysterious gem from the Orisha mansion caught his eye. The last few weeks of studying it have yielded no results. At that moment, a hunch came to Lorenzo. It couldn't be, but if he was right, Rose was in big trouble. Before leaving the mansion, Lorenzo asked Simon to take care of Yulan. He needs to meet his brother urgently. Lorenzo saddled his horse and went to the place where the hunting festival was held. He hoped in his heart that his hunch was false. As if to confirm his words, he noticed a lonely girl on the road. The girl had an angelic face, and her silver hair was just like Rosaria's. She could have fooled a lot of people, but Lorenzo knew it wasn't Rose. The girl introduced herself as Cordelia, and asked Lorenzo to give back what they had stolen from her. There was no more doubt, everything Rose had said about Cordelia was true. Lorenzo refuses to answer her questions, saying he will only talk to his niece. Cordelia doesn't see a problem with that. After all, she could be his niece. Lorenzo doesn't think so. He only has one niece. And she's not the one. Cordelia finds this amusing, but she has nothing to object to. In that case, she says farewell to him. A strange door appears right behind Lorenzo. There is a multicolored glow behind the door, as if it leads to the nether world. So, this is how my story ends, thought Lorenzo. Actually, he'd like to hear Rosaria call him uncle, just one more time. In the end, Lorenzo disappeared with the gem from Orisha's mansion. Valencia found no signs of struggle, or blood. The horse on which Lorenzo rode away was still standing on the road. Alexandro believes that Lorenzo successfully completed his research on the gem. Perhaps too successfully, since it ended this way. Emma asks Rose not to worry. She looks very cute with a loose front tooth. If she puts the tooth under her pillow, and recites incantations, the tooth fairy will grant her wish. All she has to do is recite the spell. Salakadula, Mahikabula, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Rose will definitely never say that. In the middle of the night, the girl decided to hide the tooth under the pillow. She even recited this weird stupid spell. Rose was embarrassed. Her wish, to get Mr. Lorenzo back. No, she would make the wish again. Rose asks the fairy to bring back her uncle Lorenzo. She will give the fairy all her loose teeth, and even call him Uncle Lorenzo 100 times. So please, give him back. The next day Rosaria found a little surprise under her pillow. A bag of beautiful cookies. Unfortunately, that's not what Rose was asking for. Interesting thing, the cookies in the shape of Lorenzo and Yulan are broken. Time flew by. Right after the fall came the cold winter. Sooner or later, all good things come to an end. Yulan has to leave the Valencia mansion to study at the congregation. Rose assumes, it's because Uncle Lorenzo is missing. There's no one here to cure Yulian's curse. Alexandro informs her that everything has been resolved. Yulan will stay at the congregation until the next Holy Father is born. The current father has 3 years to live. Rose doesn't like it. The Emperor hates Yulan. What if they decide to hurt him, since he's so far away from Valencia? Rose doesn't agree. She'll convince Yulan not to leave. Alexandro asks her to wait for a moment. He can't tell her the whole truth. Yulan must leave for her safety. For some reason Yulan is attracted to Rosaria like a drug. Alexandro worries that he might hurt her because of his curse. He asks Rosaria to trust him. As his daughter, she has to obey him at least sometimes. If there was another way, he would definitely use it. In fact, Alexandro could have sent Rosaria to the congregation instead of Yulan. It was a difficult choice for him, but Alexandro seemed to know the answer from the beginning. Rose locked herself in her room and hid under the covers. Yulan would like to talk to her. He knows what she's worried about, and he also wouldn't want to leave Valencia. Actually, He would like to participate in the hunting festival with her, be at her birthday party, walk with her in the park and see her every day. But that's not possible right now. Does she remember the promise they made to each other, to measure their height in 10 years? Suddenly the door opened, and Yulan entered the room. The girl sat on the bed, clenching her fists and breathing heavily. After a moment, she seriously asked Yulan not to leave her alone. Yulan would never do that, it was only temporary. Rose reminds him to be careful with magic, it could hurt him. Yulan believes that if just a little, everything will be fine. He made a blue rose out of ice for her. Rose's favorite, but non-existent flower. Rose makes one last attempt to dissuade him from leaving. Yulan can't, he wants to meet her in the future and fulfill their promise. Also, he would like to give her this white scarf. It's not a bear skin, but it should keep her warm in cold winters like this. Yulan, as an older brother, asks her to eat well, dress warmly and not to hurt herself with the sword. Suddenly, Yulan asks if she likes him. Rose likes him, of course. Yulan likes her too, so he doesn't want her to cry because of him. They can write letters to each other. Because the congregation is an isolated place, Yulan won't be able to reply often. Rosaria doesn't care, she will write him letters, and even find a way to meet him. Now it's her turn to find him. Yulan is happy to know, he will receive letters from her, that will be enough. The day after Yulan left, Rose found Simon. She wants him to teach her church chants. Simon is not a priest, but he could teach her the basics. Rose agrees, that's what she needed. In the book, she was a minor character with no abilities. But some people believe she could be a real saint. Maybe Rosaria is trying for nothing, but she hates to lose. She'll try to be as powerful as she can. After winter came spring, and then summer. Time flies so fast, we can't slow it down. Rosaria has grown up too. Emma is surprised that the young lady woke up so early. Looks like the long-awaited day of reunion has arrived. By now, Rosaria is 12 years old. Emma along with the maid dress Rosaria for the event. Emma notices that the young lady doesn't stop smiling, probably because of her imminent meeting with Yulan. Rose asks her to stop talking nonsense, she is going to see the birth of the Holy Father. The previous Holy Father has passed away, which means Yulan can return. Rose wants to add a white scarf to her outfit. Emma explains the southern lands are much warmer than the northern lands, she'll be hot in a scarf. Rose is a little worried that Yulan will not recognize her. So the Valencia family goes to the sanctuary. Rosaria asks if her dad believes in God. Alexandro thinks he exists. The Holy Father who reincarnates every 100 years is the best proof of that. If God really exists, he must fulfill one of Rosaria's requests. Alexandro doubts that religion works that way. The priests met the Valencia family, they will guide them inside. Alexandro would like to meet the second prince. The priest asks them not to worry about the second prince. Thanks to the efforts of the previous Holy Father, Mr. Yulan is feeling much better. The sacred tree had not only white leaves, but the bark of the tree too. It was so marvelous, Rose couldn't contain her excitement. Suddenly, someone called out to Duke Valencia. It was the Emperor, followed by the Empress, the first prince and orisha family. The Emperor is glad that they arrived on time. He invites Duke Valencia to pray with them. Alexandro politely declines, saying that they had already prayed before coming here. Rosaria's dad is a liar. The priest informs the Emperor of the arrival of Duke Lampus. Alexandro would like to see the second prince at the ceremony. The Emperor finds this unacceptable, none of the curse bearers have ever participated in a ceremony before. Rose thinks this is unfair, the curse is not contagious. Duke Lampus arrived at the ceremony with his sons. Rose confused Blake with her casual talk. She said he'd changed a lot since they'd seen each other. Blake was glad to see her too. Duchess Petros suddenly greeted everyone. Petros' family were the last to arrive at the ceremony, but the Duchess believes the others are just very fast. Edmund approached Rosaria in a straightforward manner. He grabbed her hand asking why she was still so small. In his opinion she hadn't changed at all. She's still as tiny and short as before. What's wrong with him? Rose also feels he hasn't changed. The Emperor is pleased that young Petros and Lady Valencia are getting along well. But he thinks it's time to stop the small talk. It is time. It's a once-in-a-century event. When the moon covers the sun, but the golden ring remains. The new Holy Father must be reborn again. Not every Duke of the Empire gets the chance to witness this moment. The Holy Father is born into the body of a 10-year-old boy. His body doesn't age, so calling him human would be wrong. The priests helped the Holy Father up and put on his robe. However, his gaze was fixed on only one person. The Holy Father looked at Rosaria without taking his gaze off, until he was led away by the priests. Rose found that gaze creepy. What was going on? After the ceremony, everyone gathered for a banquet to celebrate the birth of the new Holy Father. Alexandra wonders if the daughter wants something from Petros. He thought Petros grabbed her arm in a rather painful way. Rose agrees. How about asking him for the most expensive gift? Rose likes gold. Suddenly the herald announces the arrival of the second prince. Rosaria had forgotten everything in the moment. Yulan looked as gorgeous and confident as could be. I know some people don't like Yulan and Rosaria as a couple, but he's definitely the best boy and her crush right now. Yulan lingered his gaze on Rosaria, but only for a moment. Rose of course realizes, now is not the best time to talk. But Yulan could at least smile at her. The Emperor immediately rushed to ask what Yulan planned to do next. After the death of the previous Holy Father, he might return to Valencia Mansion. Yulan doesn't want to burden Valencia's family with his terminal illness any longer. He wants to stay in the imperial palace. From this day forward, Yulan plans to sever all ties with House Valencia. Alexandro asks if Prince Yulan von Ortega really wants to do this. Yulan knows because his mother became a member of the imperial family. The Valencia family has received many benefits. Duke Valencia has repeatedly used his status as Prince of the Empire for his own purposes. Yulan believes that his being a member of the Valencia family only benefits the Duke. The Emperor wonders what Duke Valencia has to say about this. Alexander sees no problem. From this day on, the Valencia family ceases all support for the second prince. Blake asks Yulan what is going on in his head. Yulan suggests Blake not to interfere in his affairs. The conversation is over. Blake can't understand, and what about Rosaria? At that moment, the young lady loudly shouts if he is crazy. The girl turned out to be Lady Valencia. She didn't expect to attract so much attention. Or expected. Anyway, she takes Edmund by the hand and leads him out of the banquet hall. Yulan seems a little frustrated. Blake asks if he thinks Rosaria is a real saint. A lot of people do. Yulan doesn't know, nor does he care. He points out that Blake is too fixated on whether Rosaria is a saint. Yulan reminds Blake that Rosaria is just Princess Valencia. No more, no less. After saying this, Yulan leaves Blake to his thoughts. Yulan decided to walk around the banquet hall. He obviously looking for someone. He heard people shouting enthusiastically. Edmund had gathered around him many people, who admired and feared his talent for fire magic. Strangely, Yulan did not see Rosaria around. Maybe she had already left the imperial palace, or lost in the crowd. As the prince walked in his thoughts, someone pulled him down. It was Rose. She motioned for him to keep quiet, and follow her. At the other side of the banquet hall, a servant handed Duke Valencia a letter. It was from the Lady Rosaria. There was only one sentence in the letter. "I need to run away, don't worry, I'll return. Let's go back half an hour." Rose asked Edmund to divert people's attention. Edmund agrees, but he has a condition. Rosaria reminds him that her house is more powerful than his. He should think carefully before speaking. Edmund asks permission to bite her arm. This is the dumbest condition Rose could imagine. In any case, Edmund not only diverted people's attention, but also gave her money for travel. Rose shows Yulan the impressive teeth mark on her arm. Yulan believes she should immediately visit a priest, and treat it. But Rose refuses. They plan to run away right away without any delay. So, if Yulan goes with her, she will treat the wound on the way. At this time, the feast was in full swing in the capital. Birth of a new Holy Father was one of the most important celebrations in their empire. One of the passers-by accidentally pushed the white-haired girl. When she almost fell, she was picked up by a blonde-haired boy. He'd like to carry her for a bit, if she didn't mind. The girl minded, he might hurt his bones like before. The blonde stranger doesn't understand why she is always worrying about his health. She's still the same as before. The hooded girl is frustrated, has she really not changed in this time? The stranger believes she certainly looks different. But inside, she's still the same Rose he likes. Yulan asks her to wait for him here, he will buy some medicine and come back. Rose is left waiting on the bench in her thoughts. Whether she really wanted to change, or get back what they had before. After a while, Yulan comes back with medicine and elastic bandage for Rosaria's step. Rose wants to leave with Yulan on the train. No matter where, the main thing is together. Yulan explains, he can't go any further. Rosaria is not the naive child she used to be. She understands that Yulan is forbidden to leave the capital. After a little awkward silence, Rose says that she talked to her dad after lunch. He smiled and said that everything is fine, he will deal with the situation later. Yulan doesn't think he's fine, he regrets telling him all that. Rose assures Yulan that it's not his fault. Of course she's angry, he publicly vilified her father, but her dad will definitely solve this problem. Yulan doesn't need to go to the imperial family. What's the point of being in a place where he could be killed? Actually, Yulan heard that the train station is not far from here. Lady Valencia is so happy. They'll run so far away that no one will find them. The train station was pretty crowded. The only tickets Rose could find were for the night train. Yulan thinks she's lucky, she was able to get these tickets on the day of the biggest celebration. The young people had nothing to do until nightfall. So they bought street food, and walked around the capital. Rose heard that the fireworks were about to start. They just have time to watch the fireworks before they leave on the train. Rose suggests going up to the chapel, there's a great view. The chapel door was locked. Rose asks for a minute. Yulan is surprised that she knows how to pick it. Rose thought everyone could do it. Rose noticed that Yulan's hand was shaking. She wants to leave with him on the train right after the fireworks.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.
Yulan wants to confess to her, he made a deal with his father. She can stay safely in Valencia, as long as Yulan obeys the emperor.
Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply left behind.
Yulan believes they can't be together. Even now, he's trying to hurt her. Rosaria doesn't care. She learned the chant, and will cure him instead of the saint.
You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so.
Rosaria's powers were not enough to cure Yulan's curse. She asks him to leave her alone. Yulan gave her false hope from the beginning. He didn't plan to run away with her. Yulan is really sorry. A few hours later, Alexandro climbs the chapel. He is informed that his daughter is sitting there alone. Rose wants to know the truth. She needs to meet the Holy Father to find out if she's the saint. Of course her dad always says it doesn't matter, but Rose knows he thinks she's the saint. She's just so tired of all of this. Alexandro heard her. He'll make an appointment with the Holy Father, but first she needs to get some sleep. The next day, the imperial family left the sanctuary. Alexandro and his daughter rush to see the Holy Father. Rose can't understand what Yulan is thinking. Alexandro is certain that their conflict was planned by the emperor. In the eyes of the common people, he has shown himself to be a caring father. In reality, Yulan has become his puppet. Rose finds it stupid, how he can be a caring father and hate Yulan. Alexandro on the contrary thinks it's a great move. If the second prince suddenly died now, no one would think of blaming the emperor for it. But that will have to wait. Today they will find out if Rosaria is a saint. Rose is worried, what if she turns out to be an ordinary girl? Of course her dad says everything will be fine, but will it really be? Alexandro only wants to satisfy her curiosity. Despite the result, nothing will change, he can promise that. Holy Father took Rosaria's hands and began to test her with divine power. In the end, the Holy Father couldn't exactly determine if she was the chosen one. He senses divine power in her, but only a little. Perhaps this power is acquired, rather than innate. Even so, it's a very rare ability. In his entire life, Holy Father had only once seen a person with this ability. Alexandro suggests getting to the point. Holy Father believes it's best to wait until Rosaria is of age. Then, they'll be sure. Alexandro doesn't like this. It looks like the Holy Father just doesn't want to admit that Rosaria is a saint. Rosaria, on the other hand, was surprised that she has divine powers. She asks if he's sure. She tried to heal one person, and failed. Holy Father asks who she tried to heal. Unexpected question. Rose was taught by Simon, so tried to heal someone in practice. Holy Father doesn't know who Simon is, but if she had been taught by a priest, she would have succeeded. Actually, the Holy Father wonders if Rosaria has been to a place where there are countless books. Perhaps it was a dream, or even an illusion. It's called the library. Rose has never been in such a place. Holy Father would like to teach Rosaria how to use divine power. But if the Duke is against it, there's nothing to be done. Alexandro takes his daughter and leaves this place. Just half an hour later, the Valencia family were ready to leave the sanctuary. Someone called out to them in a disrespectful tone. It was Duke Orisha. He had already heard the news. What a shame, He had really hoped this girl might be his missing niece, but alas. Alexandro finds that strange, how the House Orisha found out so quickly. In any case, Duke Orisha would like to apologize to them. What happened a few years ago was his mistake. He was so eager to find his missing niece, that he took in the first girl he saw. Rose wanted to fight, but to her surprise, her dad stayed calm. That wasn't like him. Normally he would have punished anyone who dared to offend her. Perhaps it's because he's disappointed in her. Alexandro approached Duke Orisha very closely, so no one else could hear him. He asked how Cordelia was doing. Those words made Orisha startled. But it couldn't be, Duke Valencia had never met her before. He reminded Alexandro that Cordelia had disappeared over 10 years ago. Orisha can't understand the reason for this talk. Maybe Alexandro is just blowing off steam because his daughter turned out to be a fake. Alexandro has one name on his tongue that he would like to remind Orisha. Lorenzo. When will they bring Lorenzo back? Alexandro reminds Orisha of the consequences, for those who cross the Valencia family. No one has ever escaped their retribution.